everybody. Welcome in YouTube, welcome in Twitch. Good to see you guys. We are going to be wrapping up our weekly reviews for the Legendary Moments Dreamsnap Challenge. Now, one thing that we're likely going to discuss today is going to be how to get your companions to pose like this. I don't want to show my whole snap, right? But I did want to include a little screen grab because this is right at the bottom of the shot. And you can actually get the little Cerberus puppy like standing up and playing. You can get your Pegasus to fly up a little bit, like the little baby Pegasus. You can get them to fly up. So there's a way you can do this. We'll likely talk about this. I'll give you guys, once we come across a Dreamsnap that has the companions and might benefit from something like that, we'll discuss it. We'll discuss it. All you gotta do is set things up a certain way and then just wait for the moment. Unfortunately, we can't pause companions or place them like we can with villagers, but, can work pretty good. Anyway, now that we're getting started here, quick hellos. Voxed, welcome. Ashley, hello. Black Knight, welcome. Samarantha, hello. Amanda, welcome. Yo, thank you for the 100 bits, Cambria, and also Bell B. Thank you for the first bits of the day. I see Samoyne in the chat as well. Hello, my friend. Hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. Bunberry said, I'm so burned down from work. I was looking forward to the stream. Hi. Hey, hello. Yeah, I wanted to go live a little bit earlier. I wanted to go live closer to like 3:30. But I was wrapping up the last of what I needed to do with this update, and then also looking at the the Nintendo Direct stuff that came out today, because I'll probably make some videos about some of that stuff tomorrow. Mammy Bear, we got a first-time chatter in the stream as well. So now we have Mammy Bear and a Mama Bear and a Mama Bear games. There's a lot of Mama Bears. Scuttle, welcome. Cambria, hello. Thank you again for the bits. Amanda said, did you go for a bike ride today? I did. It was not raining when I got up early, so I went for a nice little bike ride pretty early on. Ashley here looking on point. Oh, thank you, my friend. I didn't even think it was looking too great, honestly. I just kind of rushed into the stream, but that's nice to know. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Pokey Grandma, thank you for the 200 bits, my friend. Much appreciated. We got a little hype train coming in here as well. Thank you so much, you guys. 500 bits on the board already, and we haven't even started the reviews yet. I see Alex over on YouTube. Brenda says, hi, everyone. Hello, Brenda. Nor, welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. Does it rely on a glitch? Because them wandering off is the big problem. Nope, no glitch needed, Vortex. No glitch needed. So this is not a glitch. This is not a bug. This is actually a feature. It's actually a feature that's built into the game, and it just requires you to put things in the right place. And there's no bug involved to get your companion to do this. Or in some of the other shots, like I said, the Pegasus will fly up and flutter up a little bit, so you can get him lifted off the ground flying. The baby Pegasus, of course. You can get the raccoons to do a little dance. And yeah, it does not require any kind of glitch or keyboard trick. It's actually a little feature. It's a little feature in the game. We'll get into it for sure. We'll get into it. Yo, Vox, thank you for the 101. Much appreciated, my friend. Jolpin says, hey, I was subscribed a long time ago, but then life happened and I was finally able to come back, but I kept watching your vids on YouTube. Oh, thank you, Jewel. Thank you. Life gets busy sometimes, my friend. Don't ever feel like you gotta explain yourself if you're absent for a while. Once a community member, always a community member. Unless you, hate me for some reason and end up, really leaving, then I guess you can... What I'm saying here is you can leave the community, of course, but, if you come back, you're welcome, I guess, No, it's not a cult. It's not... Yes, Samantha, they can leave if they want. You can't just... We can't just call things a cult. We can't do... Ash says, I hate you. Well, too bad, because you got work to do as a moderator, so you're not allowed to leave. Now, everybody else, yeah. If somebody, didn't like me and they didn't want to be here, that's fine. But you're a mod, so that choice... You surrendered your free will when you became a moderator for me. But it's not a cult, though. Sweet, looking forward to anything that makes working with the companions easier. Tasty juice. All right, all right. So, as you guys know, it's our final review day for the Legendary Moments Dreamsnap Challenge. And by the way, this isn't my snap. We built this in 5 minutes yesterday. Literally 5 minutes, because I was trying to... We had a first-time review, somebody that wasn't too used to using the camera. And, you know, I could tell by seeing the snap, they weren't too aware of how you can put together a snap quickly and have it still be good. So we made a 5-minute build. We didn't even pave it, you know, we just made this in 5 minutes just to show, like, hey, if you're really pressed for time, like, you can still do something on theme, and you can do it in 5 minutes or less, and you can still potentially get 4K for that. It's going to be a little harder to get 4K with this, but, you know, I just wanted to showcase that yesterday. For anybody that's like, you know, if you're pressed for time, or if you're just not used to doing dream snaps, or you're not used to the camera, you know, I can show you how to push your camera up, how to build out a centerpiece, you know, get a nice building back there, you know, add some villagers, create some walls, put up some fountains, you know, use the sunlight. Very, very basic Dreamsnap 101 criteria. But that's what we have here anyway. All right. Yeah, getting the Mini Pegasus into the Dreamsnap this week was difficult, says Katie. Well, we'll cover that. We'll cover that because I'm sure we're going to see a lot of submissions with pets. And I'm going to help, you know, break down how you can get them right at the front of your scene and get them being playful. Same thing applies to the Pegasus. Once we start getting the reviews, I'll dive right into it. Nora said a trick I did and love so much was you place Pegasus head right next to your avatar and then pose with the beer raccoon. Yeah, I've got poses interacting with the horses in some previous stream snaps where it looks like you're petting them or you're embracing them. That's been, ever since we got horses, like as soon as we got horses, that was like immediately something that started popping up in dream snaps, which is pretty reasonable because with how tall the horses are, a lot of the poses do interact with them very well. Tasty juice. Yeah, that was me. I'm still wondering where to get some of those fountains. So, if you don't have the fountains, Demigod, you don't have to use the fountains. You can use any kind of decor that is like part of this concept. So, since this build is a Greek-inspired build, you know, let's say hypothetically I didn't have these fountains, right? Let's just like, you know, say I don't have these. Though I do think they're pretty easy to get. I think this one is just a Scrooge shop one. I've already got all the new Scrooge shop stuff. If you have the DLCs, just every Scrooge shop has different stuff each day. So just make sure you check your Scrooge shops every day. And you'll get a whole bunch of good stuff you can use. But let's say you don't have these. Now this one... Was this one part of the Star Path? I can't remember. Or are they both Scrooge? They might both be Scrooge items. So what you can do, Demigod, if you don't have the fountains, use your filters to find items that you can use. So what you can do is come in here and you can go to the Hercules filter. And then you just go to all. And this is all the stuff you can use. If you progress in Hercules' quest, you can unlock the Muse statue. And then you can buy extras from Scrooge. So maybe instead of this fountain, we can use this Muse statue. Right? There's all kinds of options. So you don't have to use the fountains. If I were you, I would filter by Hercules, and I would look at your options. Look at what you have. You know, there's this Hercules statue that you probably have. You could use that. There's the Rhodes feet, but these are big. They'd be more of a background item. If you do more with Hercules' quest, there's that glowing mythic vase. Not this one, but the one that glows. But this one works too. And then you get all the stuff from the Star Path as well. There's this couch. Screeching couch. This is also Scrooge Shop. And just be sure to check all of your Scrooge shops. You know, don't just check the Valley one and call it a day. Check them all. These crafting tables, you could use those. Or if you wanted to, you could not even have the fountains and instead do trees, because that's something everybody has. So check this out. Check this out. Let's say I didn't have the fountains. Well, for one, you know, we'd want to kind of pave around the area. But you can always come down to landscaping decor. And you could use some of the Mythopia trees. So we don't want tall trees in the foreground. We want smaller bushes. So instead of the fountains here, we would put a little gold tree here. And then we would do the same thing on the other side, but we're going to rotate it a little bit so they both face inward. All right, so now we got a couple little trees. And then if you don't have these fountains, and again, you can get the Muse statues if you wanted. These you can get directly from Hercules' quest, and once you unlock them, you can buy another one from Scrooge, so you can have these on each side. That's going to be super easy to get. And then we can just do some tall yellow cypress trees in the back, like a little row of them. Not all the way across, because we want to see our pretty walls, right? So we'll just do a couple on each side, you know, like maybe 3. So if you don't have the fountains, you can do that, you know. You can have the Muse statues on each side. And for your foreground, whatever you want to use, you know. But there's all kinds of items. All kinds of things you can pull from. There's these pillars. You've probably got some of these. You know, we could stick one of those like... Whoops. We could take these gold plants and move them down to the foreground, right? Put those down here. And then you could take things like the Hermes pillars and put those kind of in front of the trees. You know, whatever you want to do. At the end of the day, as long as you're building... When did I get cold? When did that happen? How did this happen? It started snowing on me. I don't remember doing that. I guess I hit a button. Jingle Bells, thank you for the 13. Thank you. But yeah, there's all kinds of things you can use if you don't want to use the fountains. And keep in mind as well, there's even a fence you can use from Storybook Veil. Like this marble fence. We've had this for a long time. So you can always add this to your scene. You can have a little bit of this at the front, you know, like a little entryway. We're not going to have it going across the path here, but, you know, we're just going to do it like that so we can go straight with it. So you can use that as some decor. There's all kinds of fun things you can use. So if you don't have the fountains, you know, try something else. But if you check your Scrooge shops regularly, like not just when there's a new update, but like all the time, eventually you'll clear out most of the new Scrooge stuff. You know, or most of the stuff you don't have. You'll collect most of it. That way, when a new update comes out, you'll have a much higher chance of getting the new Scrooge shop items faster. Because you're likely to have items show up in your Scrooge shop that you don't have yet. So if there's a lot you don't have, then it might take a while for the Hercules stuff to show up. But since I've already got like all the Scrooge shop stuff, because I check my Scrooge shop quite often, as soon as the update came out, I got a bunch of the Hercules stuff. But yeah, you might be able to get these fountains today if you give it a try. Demigod, just be sure to check. And also, don't forget to check, you know, with friends here in the community too. Because if somebody here in the community has these fountains show up in their Scrooge shop, and you have multiplayer, as long as it's their Valley Scrooge shop, you could actually just go get it from their valley, and then you have it unlocked. Divorce Cowgirl said this update / Starpath has to be one of, if not my favorite one so far in the history of the game. Dude, it's so good. It's so good. I've loved decorating with this stuff. The marble fence is crafting Arthur Salem, so it's a Storybook Vale exclusive, though. You need to have marble, which is kind of annoying to gather. But yeah, if you own Storybook Vale, you can craft the marble fence. It's a cute little fence. It's very low to the ground, but it's been very popular in Dreamsnaps for quite some time. It makes a lot of appearances in snaps. Arthur said, yeah, I'm trying, but I haven't been playing very long. The new update helped me see new items every day. Yeah, it's been... I actually think, thanks to this new update, and also thanks to the vault chest that we get from the Starpath Vault, I think as of yesterday, I might be completely done with Scrooge. Like, I might have every Scrooge item in the game now. I got my third and final Stone Vine, which was the only thing I was missing from Storybook Vale. And I checked my Scrooge shop today, and I didn't get a single new thing, so I think I actually have it all now. I'll know for sure the next time I get a vault reward, because if I open it and it's not something new, that'll confirm I have everything. There are 4, but one of them's in a separate category. Here, let me pull them up real quick. Give me 1 second. Well, actually, there's 5. Maybe I am still missing 1. And if I am, I should be able to get it from... I'll have to check my inventory. I think I have them all now, though. Because there's also this one, which doesn't look anything like the others. But it's still a stone vine. And then there's the broad stone vine, the forked stone vine, and for whatever reason, the one that's just called the stone vine decorations, there's two of those. So there's the stone vine decoration and the stone vine decoration 2, then the forked stone vine and the curling stone vine. But I think I have them all. Demigod said, today was the pillars, a lightning rod, and the Hercules door. But I think you answered why I don't get all the new items, because I don't buy everything from Scrooge's when I go. Oh, you don't have to buy everything from Scrooge's. So, here, let me pause the music. I'm going to give you a quick rundown, Demigod. Do not waste your star coins buying everything off the Scrooge floor. It doesn't do anything. There were a lot of theories out there for a while where people were like, oh, if you buy everything the day before, you're more likely to get new items. But that was just the placebo effect of people doing that and thinking it did something. It's RNG. So what items show up is not going to be determined by what you bought the previous day. So when I say you should be buying everything from Scrooge, I mean for the first time. So when you go into the Scrooge shop, anything with a dot, anything with an orange dot is what you need to buy. That way, you'll free up the chances to get other things you don't have. Because the way the game is set up, especially now with this current update, is that you're very likely to have at least one new item in your Scrooge shop, if not more. So if you are missing a lot of Scrooge items, when an update comes, you might not get some of the update items. You might be getting other new items that you haven't picked up from Scrooge yet. So, you know, for anybody that plays this game, one thing I highly recommend, whether you're you know, if you're not done with all the Scrooge items yet, checking all 4, if you have the DLCs, checking all 4 Scrooge shops and buying anything that has an orange dot, at least once, is well worth doing. Because then when a new update comes, if you have all those other items, then the new stuff that shows up in your shop is mostly going to be the update stuff. That's how I was able to get all the new Hercules items, you know, within just 3 days, 2 or 3 days of checking all the Scrooge shops. And if you check your DLC stores, if you are fortunate enough to have the DLCs in addition to the base game, that's several extra Scrooge shops, so even more opportunities for new stuff. But again, maybe somebody in chat will have the item show up. PG said, especially clothing. I mean, I would say it's the same, you know, just anything with an orange dot. I don't think clothing is more important than decor. I don't think decor is more important than clothing. Just pick up everything. But the nice thing is once you purchase all the clothing for the first time, then more furniture will start to spawn on that side because you can't repurchase clothing. So once you buy out all of the Scrooge clothing options, now you have double the size of your decor options. But yeah, just anything with an orange dot. Anything at all. And if you need star coins, you know, just farm pumpkins or whatever you want to do. Star coins are super easy to get in this game. You can also, if you have a bunch of items you're not using anymore, you can refund them to Scrooge to get star coins back, which is really nice. But it is very helpful. And if you don't have some of the good Scrooge items for this challenge, just keep in mind, you know, you have the Star Path as well, and there's some great stuff you can be using in the Star Path. I know when we saw your photo, Demigod, you were already using some of the items from the Star Path, which is good. So that shows you already have a few things. So you had some of the options here on this page. And I mean, you could just use this stuff. You know, you can use the gold clouds, you can use the cornucopia, you can use the paths, and you can use the stadium. And you can make your whole Dream Snap about that. And then just add, you know, Mythopia trees around it. So don't forget about landscaping. If you need to fill in a Dream Snap, if you don't have a lot of the new stuff, always fall back on landscaping. Because landscaping decor, it's infinite. You don't have to buy it. A lot of it is super beautiful, and it's really good for filling out spaces. So I fully believe you can easily get 4K in this challenge if you're, you know, very strategic with how you approach just this stuff. Like, if I were to build a snap with only these items plus landscaping, and I added Phil, Hercules, Pegasus, you know, I think I would still have a good shot at 4K, and I think you guys could too. So the main thing is just making sure you, you know, give your snap some form, some function, and build it out as a photo, as we discussed yesterday. Arthur said, my snap turned out pretty okay, and I only used the clouds, closed gate, and Pegasus did a silhouette. Nice, nice. Yeah, the here or there fish, if you cook 5 of them into a grilled fish meal, it's like the most valuable meal in the game. 10,000 star coins apiece. Mamie Bear says I have over 20,000 star coins. I would hope so. 20,000? I hope you have over that. I would be concerned if you had less. Unless you're really new. You know, if you're like really new to the game, you know. I hope you have 2 million. I do hope, I hope you have more. All right. So, I guess we got to get into the nitty-gritty of what we're doing today, guys. We got to dive in. We got a lot of snaps to look at. Now, sometimes people watch these streams back after they've already aired. And, you know, we also get some first-time viewers that are lurking. Yeah, I see you. I see you there. Welcome to the stream. You don't have to talk. It's okay. So what I like to do at the beginning of these review streams is explain the process that we're doing and explain how all of this works. So first off, the advice that I give on these streams has nothing to do with my personal preferences. This is not about what I like. When it comes to getting moonstones from Dreamsnaps, it's never about what one person likes. It's about what voters like. Now, voters are all different. You know, there's a lot of different types of people out there. So you're never going to be able to make everybody happy. But if you want to get 4K and you want to get 4K consistently, you need to aim to deliver what the average voters have shown they like. And how do we know what the average voters like? Well, I've participated in every Dreamsnap challenge there's ever been, and I have looked at a lot of 4K snaps at the end of every challenge since this all began. I've seen the evolution of snaps. I've seen the introduction of the camera changes. I've seen the meta shifts with people getting closer to the camera. I've seen a lot. But these days, you know, there are a lot of things that are extremely common in 4K. And there are a lot of things that very clearly hold Dreamsnaps back. So, for example, when a Dreamsnap is poorly lit, like if you're in a big shaded area and you don't adjust your character lighting and the camera's far away from the avatar and it's really hard to see anything, you'll see a lot of photos ranking, you know, getting 900 moonstones, 600 moonstones with those kind of features. When you look at 4K, you're going to see a lot of Dreamsnaps that have very good lighting, typically with the sun behind the camera. Hey, let's go! Thank you! Bobs, thank you for the 1,000 bits, my friend. Very kind of you, very kind of you. Y'all drop some love in the chat for Bob's. Absolute legend. Oh, by the way, Nintendo Direct, we're getting a Pokopia update in August. Pretty fun. But yeah, what you see a lot in 4K, you're going to see a lot of the times people have the sun behind the camera providing very good quality light to the scene. You're going to see very balanced photos. They don't have to be symmetrical, but you're going to see a lot of photos that have very good balance. You're going to see photos that have beautiful, vivid coloration. And you're going to see people doing clever poses. You're going to see people doing some storytelling with their snaps. You're going to see people utilizing companions, utilizing villagers. These are all very common things in the 4K range. And it's very safe, you know, to say voters like seeing these things. And that's what we look for when we do these reviews. It's not about what I like. It's about what we see performing well on average. That's when you approach Dreamsnaps from the mindset of, okay, I want to have fun, but I also want to get 4,000 moonstones. Because you can do both. You can have fun and you can get moonstones. You just have to remember, when you're deciding what to make, when you're deciding how to build it, the goal of your photo is to attract voters. If you keep that in mind, you know, you spend the time doing your eyeshadow, you give yourself beautiful eyes, you make the outfit beautiful, you frame everything, you get it nice and balanced, you get good lighting, voters are going to love that. They're going to be able to tell you put thought into your Dreamsnap. And, you know, it doesn't even have to be time, really. I mean, you know, again, we built this in 5 minutes. It's pretty. There's a lot of snaps out there that would beat this 5-minute example scene. Bro. But, you know, if it popped up against the right stuff, potentially it could get 4K. You never know. So that's the kind of stuff we're going to be looking for today. Nessa, thank you for the resub, my friend. Thank you. Now, before we dive into the snap reviews, the other thing we need to do is revisit the theme. So we can discuss what we're looking for in terms of that. This week's challenge is called Legendary Moments. It is tasking players with creating a world of wonder with fantastical characters like Phil and Tinkerbell, satyr, fairy, or even alien. Dress up and play with mythical companions and creatures. So the challenge mentions fantastical characters. It mentions mythical companions and creatures. And it also references a world of wonder. And of course, the challenge itself is called Legendary Moments. So building a legendary scene featuring legendary characters, fantastical characters, mythical pets, and creatures like Pegasus. He's not really a companion in the sense of the term for this game, but he's definitely a mythical creature. So all going to be very important this week. Now, we have a few people that did not get a review yesterday. Not too many. It looks like Clinksy, Mama Llama, Fim, Wag, Casey, Creeping, Ashley, and Kirby. So we're going to do these reviews first. And once we're done with these reviews, we're going to move on to secondary reviews, which we have a lot more of these. Now, a secondary review is from a person who's already received a Dreamsnap review. They made some changes, and now they're showing us their old snap and their new snap. So hopefully, them and myself agree that the new snap is the better direction. Sometimes it's not. You know, sometimes the first snap was superior, and it's going to be the better choice. And ultimately, it's always your dream snap. So you could ignore my advice if you would like. You could choose the picture you like more, even if I like the other one more. At the end of the day, these are your snaps. Even when you guys do really good and you say, Senpai, I got my highest rank ever thanks to you, I really can't take too much credit here. All I'm doing is giving you a little bit of insight into what we see performing well. You're the one building it. You're the one seeking out advice. You're the one conceptualizing it. So, you know, I'm happy to take a tiny bit of credit, but, you know, most of that goes to you guys. It's your hard work and effort. But I love the secondary reviews because we often see some really impressive changes and shifts in some of these snaps. And it's been really cool to see a lot of you guys grow and learn. We've had a lot of people that were very new to Dreamsnaps that found us, and they were a little lost with it at first, but then a few weeks in, now they're consistently getting 4K, and it's very cool to see. But yeah, lots to look at here, lots to look at. The last thing I need to discuss before we dive into the reviews, of course, there's a lot we have to go over today. You know, we have all these first-time reviews, and then we have all these secondary reviews. So, with so much to cover, I sometimes, well, oftentimes, during Dreamsnap reviews, I'm not going to be able to read chat. If you want to get my attention, you can have a mod make a noise, or, you know, if it's really necessary. I will occasionally come back to chat, especially if I have a question about your snap. But I just want you guys to be aware. That way, you don't think I'm ignoring you or being a bad host. I just want to make sure everybody's snap gets the attention it deserves. I just always like to mention that, just so everybody kind of knows what to expect on these streams. Now, if you come here Wednesday, Thursday, and oftentimes Fridays, I'm going to be constantly reading chat, kind of like I do at the beginning of the stream. But once we start the reviews, sadly, I'm not going to be in chat as much. Ginza Beans has said, I never even think to change the makeup usually. It's a great thing to consider. Now, for the makeup, Ginza, it's not going to matter as much if you're, you know, like the standard distance away. Because, you know, from here, we can't really see the eyeshadow. But one of the big metas in Dreamsnaps is to push the camera closer. And when you get close, you can really make the most of the color of your eyes, of your eyeshadow, of the hair colorations. So you can really show off these beautiful features of the avatar. And, I mean, you can look drop dead gorgeous in this game. And players love beauty. You know, the beauty of the avatar is something to always consider with your pose. Like, I've seen a lot of snaps this week that are using this, I might have got too close, hang on. Seen a lot of snaps that are using the goose pose. In particular, it's... Oh, she's not looking at the camera. Let's see if we can get her to look. She might have been too close. There we go. Yeah, she was too close. But you can get a really nice beauty shot of the avatar. You know, there's a lot of... Like, this is a flattering angle here, and she's got, like, the pursed lips. Very pretty, you know? And then if we look at other poses where they close their eyes, you can really play up the eyeshadow. So for, like, cozy dreams, I did the Pegasus pose, and I hid the Pegasus, so I looked like I was dreaming. But I had, you know, just a light pink. But your makeup, the way you color the hair, like this hair from the Majesty Magnolia Star Path, one of the colors you choose will be the hair, and the other color actually changes the color of the flower and of these beads. So by going with blue flower, blue beads, blue eyeshadow, and the bluebird dress or bluebird outfit here, you know, it came together really nicely. But if you're not, you know, if you're not too close to the avatar, then those things won't be as impactful. Demigod, if you're getting too close, just go further back. I'm confused. You said the problem is you're getting too close? What do you mean? They're blurry? You got to fix your focus. So when you push the camera up, if they're really close like this, they're going to be blurry. You have to go over to the wand, and then you set your focus to 2%, and now they're not blurry. And let's say you're too close. Let's say you're right here. Well, easy fix. Close your camera, take a couple steps back, and now you're not too close. Trust no one. Yeah, you might be missing something, my friend. If you want to know how to get your snap reviewed, because everybody that submits gets a review guaranteed. So if you're not getting a review, you're uploading in the wrong place. You're probably putting your snap in the Seeking Advice forum. You need to read the How to Get Reviews channel. So there's a channel right here that says how to submit and or participate in snap reviews. So it's right in the Discord, Dreamsnap support, very first channel you see. It gives you a full breakdown of how to participate. So just read that, and then you'll know what you need to do. But if you're putting your snap in, you're putting your snap in Seeking Advice. This is not for stream reviews. This is for community feedback. This channel, primary reviews, and this channel, secondary reviews, these are locked. You can't see these unless you go through the steps here and read the rules. So you have, you know, you're not going to get a review unless, you're not going to get a review. Well, I don't think you did it all because you uploaded your snap in the wrong place. So that tells me you didn't read the rules or the how-to because it's all explained there. It seems like you just put your snap in the Seeking Advice forum and didn't bother reading the rules or the how to get review section. You got to check those out. Those are very important. You want to know the rules if you're going to participate, right? Just like if you're going to play, let's say I'm going to go play basketball, but I've never played before. I need to know the rules or I can't really play, you know. But it's all in there. It's all in there. What does more focus do than 2%? Like nothing. It's weird. It's really weird. So yeah, if you get really close or, you know, focus will adjust the background, but if you just keep going, it tends to just blur out everything. like around 24%, 25%. Everything's blurred except for the avatar. And then if we keep going, even the avatar gets distorted. So it just makes all of it blurrier. So there's not much point to focus past 2% because it just crispens the photo. I mean, if you want to blur everything but the avatar, you can do that around 20%. And you can make it even more blurry if you keep going up. It just makes the fuzziness even stronger. But not much value in this, you know. That's why I don't bother really doing much past 2%. Have you already gone over how to have your companion pose at the front? Nope, not yet. We're going to discuss that once we start doing reviews, because I'm sure it's going to come up. If we see somebody struggling to get the pet featured well in the photo. So if you want to have your pet featured right at the front of your photo, like this is the bottom of the photo here, and he's standing right beside me, arched up like this. If you do this with the Pegasus, they'll actually fly up a little bit. But yeah, I'll provide demonstrations on that once we get to the snap reviews, when we're providing some tips there. Frozen said, that's a great tip about the makeup. I never really thought about changing my makeup a lot until I started watching your videos. Yeah, it can be really good. I usually do makeup specifically for the outfit I'm wearing. And, you know, you can have a lot of fun with the eyes as well. Lunaire says, ChatGPT said I'm Bilbo Baggins. Oh, was that you? So Cozy Cat Corner, telling people they have to be subscribed is probably going to confuse them. I would just have them read this. It's going to break it down. Being subscribed is different on YouTube than Twitch. If you're subscribed on YouTube, you're following my channel. But if you're on YouTube, you have to be a channel member, which is a paid supporter. And on Twitch, you would be subscribed, which is also a paid supporter. But being a subscriber on YouTube is different than being a subscriber on Twitch. But again, it's all explained right here. So I'll read it out real quick. Dreamsnap reviews are currently only available for YouTube channel members. That's not a subscriber. That is a channel member, different thing. And there's a link to become a channel member if you want to. And Twitch subscribers. So Dreamsnap reviews only available for YouTube channel members and Twitch subscribers. Before participating in the review process, you must read the rules and the disclaimer in the rules channel. Again, that's very important. So if you read these, it'll tell you the channel names where you have to submit. And if you can't see those channels, it's because they're locked, just like it says here. So each week, your first Dreamsnap review will be uploaded to the primary review forum. If you would like to a follow-up review after making changes, your new and old snap must be uploaded to the secondary review forum. Both of these forums are private and locked. You will not be able to see them until you complete the following steps. Within Discord, select the user settings gear located by your profile icon. Select the connections options. Locate the platform you'd like to connect to Discord. YouTube channel members will need to connect to YouTube. Twitch subscribers will need to connect to Twitch. Sign into your profile and grant Discord permission to connect to those chosen platforms, and you're all done. Now you have access to primary reviews and secondary reviews. So, I used to do reviews for everybody, followers and supporters. But as you guys have seen, it's It takes me 3 days of streams just to do supporters. So it got to the point to where the Snap reviews were so in demand and so busy. As one person, it is not possible for me to review every Dreamsnap. It's just not a possibility. I do not have enough time. Even if I were to stream all 5 of my streams throughout the week, even if those were all Snap reviews, it still wouldn't be enough. So if I can't review everybody's Snap, then I'm going to do my best to prioritize those who are making my content possible. And even if you can't participate in the reviews, you can still get great value from just watching them. So even if you are somebody that's not, in a position to be a supporter, you can still get a lot of valuable insight, a lot of great ideas from the community, a lot of good approaches, a lot of good tips and tricks. There's actually a ton of people that don't actively participate in reviews that give these review streams a lot of praise because they've learned a lot just from watching us review other snaps. So you don't have to be a supporter to benefit from these in any way. Though, since I'm one person, I just can't review every snap. So it's a benefit to those who make the content possible. Oh, Demigod, are you on Twitch? Or, Nintendo Switch? Yeah, if you're on Switch, Demigod, you don't even have to worry about the blur, because it doesn't get blurry. Switch doesn't have the blur feature. That's why they don't have focus. You're not going to need it anyway. So yeah, if you're on Switch, you don't even have to use the focus option. Because the focus option is for medium graphics and higher, and Switch plays in low. So don't worry about it, don't worry about it. You're automatically on regular focus. Not even the background gets blurry on Twitch. Like if I go, or Switch, if I go way over here, you'll notice that Hercules' house and all that stuff back there got a little blurry. But if you're on Switch, it'll still be crisp. So no need to worry about that. All right. Well, let's get into the reviews here. Dan Paradise says, what's the best way to contact you? We are looking for contact email. I can't find one. It's on my website. There's contact information. But the best way to contact me, honestly, Dan Paradise, would be Discord. You can send me a Discord DM. But on my website, which is www.sembystreams.com, there's a contact section that has my email address. I'm double checking my website right now. Unless Streamlabs updated it and they got rid of the contact info. Maybe they removed it. Well, you also have all my socials on the website as well. And you can, I think exclamation socials might... Hang on. Let me try this. Let me go to my link tree. Yeah, my email's on my link tree. There's, if you type !socials, you'll get my link tree. And at the bottom, there's a link to my Discord and a link to my email. I did not want to open Outlook. Get out of here. Did somebody post after 3? Yeah, Nursey. So deadline. When you get a chance, guys, check the rules tab. The cutoff time for all review uploads, both primary and secondary, is 3 p.m. Eastern Time Tuesday. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. You got until 3 p.m. on Tuesday to upload. If I get through everything quick enough, I might be able to get to you, Nursey. But yeah, we'll have to do all the other reviews first. And friendly reminder, you know, everything's broken down right here if you guys want to know the upload times and, you know, how everything works. All right, all right. Dan Paradise says, thank you. Check that when you're on the stream. Yeah, I'll give it a look. I'll give it a look. Best of dropping a like. Have a great day, YouTube. Thank you, Bell. Thank you. Granny, hello. Welcome, welcome. I'm going to try to grind out a snap. I didn't have time to submit for review because I was packing last night for Tokyo tomorrow. Yeah, you can always put together something really quick. I mean, we made this little scene in 5 minutes yesterday. You can always just throw something together and just, like, you know, hope for the best. Always a viable option, for sure. Yeah, I did get a haircut over the weekend, actually. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into it. We got a lot of snaps to look at. So Clinksy is up first. First snap review of the day. We reviewed this one yesterday at the end of the stream. Yeah. I think I actually might have forgot to comment on it. Yeah, we did this one at the end of yesterday's stream. So Mama Llama's up first today. Even though that one was submitted after 3, we did end up reviewing it at the end because it was the only one that we had left. All right. Well, I wouldn't say the end of the stream because we had like a long discussion at the end of the stream. It was at the end of our reviews. So like about an hour before the stream ended. That was the last snap we reviewed. All right, Mama Llama. We got Phil. We got Hercules. Good outfit on the Avatar. Great shot of Pegasus. And we even have the little Star Path companion. Love the couch here. Good sunset lighting coming in. If you have fireflies, they do pair very nicely with the gold notes of this Athena building kit. So they can look really good. Could be fun, layered on top of your Aurora here, Mama Llama. Overall, very solid. Great use of the villagers. I love the outfit too. I actually was wearing something really similar in mine. Clouds on the side. And good distance from Hercules' building here, having it just fill up, coming up right to the top. Very good centerpiece for the build. I like the pillars in the back. Very fun. Now, if you want to get the baby Pegasus doing something pretty cool, I'll go ahead and show you guys the trick with some of the companions. So that came up pretty fast. So if you want to get either the Pegasus or the puppies right at the base of your shot, doing a little pose, like this. Like, instead of just having the puppy sitting there or walking around, if you want them to arch up like this, and this applies to the Pegasus too, what they'll do is they'll fly up a little bit and smile and then like close their eyes and then they'll land. They'll do it twice. But all you need for this is some strategic item placement, and that's it. So we can see right here where the camera angle cuts out. So we have this line right here at the base of the shot. We're going to use two things. A companion house. And the Pixar ball. This is what they'll play with. This is what gets them to pose that way. And we're going to put it slightly out of frame. Let's double check that that's slightly out of frame. It is. All right. Now what we're going to do is add a couple of companions. So we'll do that new Star Path Pegasus and the puppy. Now sometimes it'll take a minute for them to start engaging with the companion stuff. I've noticed they tend to do it right away on the floating islands, but for some reason, here in Storybook Vale, I had to wait a few minutes to get them to start doing it yesterday. But they will. We'll add a couple of little baby Pegasus here, because the more companions you have, the more likely it is to capture them in this moment. And another way we can lure them out honestly, I should have set this up on a floating island because, like I said, it's way more consistent. So we'll put a food bowl behind me. You won't see the food bowl. You won't see the ball. And now we just got to wait for them to notice this stuff. I don't know why, like I said, on Storybook Vale, they can be a little, like, it took a minute for them to acknowledge that stuff yesterday, too. But on my floating island build, it was practically instant. Let's see if he's doing it. He's kind of going over to it. I might just go set this up on a floating island because they're way more consistent with it. They'll do it eventually. We did this with raccoons yesterday to show how to get them walking into your scene. And it took like 5 minutes before they acknowledged this stuff was here. Oh, there they go. Yeah, they're working now. Okay. Look at the puppy. He's playing with the ball. Now, the angle in which they're going to do this is going to depend on the angle in which they approach the ball. So, if you want them to be like this, they need to approach the ball from that direction. So really just got to have them keep going up to the ball and playing with it. The Cerberus puppy will do something different than the other pets. You know, pretty much all the dogs will do what he's doing. But it's a great way to feature these pets. Okay, Flynn, will you get out of here? Bro, just go away. Yeah, go away. Oh, there's the Pegasus too. I think I might have missed him. There we go. Now look at the Pegasus. That's why we put both of them on there. So this is really easy to do. It only took a few minutes for them to register that the items were there. And as soon as they did, they start playing with the ball. They start eating out the food dish. They're walking into the scene. And this way, you don't just have the companion sitting there. You know, you can actually have them animated, posing, being part of the shot, you know, being part of the scene. Kind of like what we see here. Very easy to do. Now, there are a couple of key things you need to remember. A couple key things here. Number one, you don't want to have any items blocking the pet house. Nothing touching the pet house. Because after they interact with the toy, they're going to walk over here and touch the pet house. They're going to wander around, and then they're going to go back to the toys. See, look at the Pegasus. He just did his little fly. He might not do it again here. There he goes. This can be a lot more fun, and it's very easy to do, than just having them walking through or standing. So, you know, if you want to put that extra little detail in there, and if you want to get really wild, you can put multiple toy balls up. You're going to have one on each side. Now, the only downside here is you're kind of at the mercy of the companions if you want to get two companions playing with the toys at once. Because you would need two companions to approach the toys at the same time and animate at the same time. So, you know, I just used the Cerberus and went with that because it was fun. But yeah, it's very easy to do. And the food dish behind you is going to give them a second thing to interact with, which means you can get some walking in and out of your scene as well. See, here we got this Pegasus on this side now. I'm kind of blocking him, but you see him right here. He's actually flying up. He looks super happy. It's super cute. And again, this is really, really nice for the Cerberus puppy if you have him. Because he looks really adorable when all three heads look really happy and you get him kind of facing you. It looks like he's trying to play, which is just cute, and it works with what the theme said, too. So, I knew we would get to pets quick. That's why I figured we would wait for this before I gave that tip. So yeah, really nice shot here, Mama Llama. Some fireflies can be really nice here. And then also, you know, if you want to get this little baby Pegasus flying up in this corner right here, a little pet ball right out of the frame, companion house that he's attached to, you can get him flapping his little Pegasus wings right here, and he'll balance very well with where Phil is. Fim is next. Beautiful. Love the scene here. Olasemai didn't get as far in the Star Pass as I wanted, but wanted your input, so worked with what I had so far. Yeah, I mean, you got plenty. You got plenty. You don't really need, like, all the new Star Path stuff. If you have this Athena building kit or Athens building kit or whatever it is, this is very nice to use. Got some nice color with the Aurora. Good framing. The biggest tip I have on this one, it looks like you have a really good angle here. It's slightly, I can see slightly we have like a little bit of a descending line, but not much. It's a very balanced shot, but you are really far over with this gazebo. Like, we can almost see the edge of it, whereas this one, we're not quite as far over. Does that make sense? So, like, this whole gazebo is pretty much in the frame, but this one's partially in the frame, and it looks like everything's designed to be very symmetrical. So I would either try to adjust the angle to compensate for that, or you might need to move the one on... You might need to move one of these a little further in or a little further out. But I would try to get this as balanced as possible because it'll make the photo even stronger. It's already very strong. The new outfits also, this dress is really pretty. But if you have time to get this dress, it is going to work really well with the theme. And it's new, it's beautiful, it's super fun. So, again, this dress does work. But if you have the time to get that new blue one, could be, well worth having here. The other thing I would recommend when you get a chance, Fim, is consider bringing Pegasus into the scene as well. Pegasus is great because he has a lot of stage presence. Very easy to see within your photo. He's going to stand out nicely, even if he's in the background. Like, you can put him back here if you wanted to, but he's another mythical creature. And since the challenge talked about fantastical characters and mythical creatures, you already have Phil, Hercules, and the Cerberus puppy. So if you can bring in Pegasus as well, even better, even better. Looking good, though. I think very likely for 4K with what you have so far. Wag is next. Hi, Senpai. I usually try to submit before Monday, but this week had me too busy. I have 2 photos, one with the Cerberus puppy and one without, because I couldn't capture a nice shot of both the puppy and the lightning bolt glowing. I already did some improvements on my initial shot from watching Friday's stream. Okay. Well, we just covered a pretty big tip about how to get the puppy in your scene. So, if you watched me do Mama Llama's review, then you probably now know how to do this. So I'm not going to go through it all again, but you can, if you didn't see that, you can just skip back like 5 minutes. And they actually do their little animation like 2 times in a row. So you'll have a pretty high chance of getting the lightning bolt and the puppy if you want. But you don't really have to have it. You got some good villager presence here. You have Phil. You have Pegasus, you have Hercules, you have Hades. Great outfit, good makeup. You get the Laurel. Good Aurora. I would probably move some of your Fireflies a little closer to the camera to get them up a little bit. So, you have Fireflies, but you're overlaying these. They're gold orbs, and they're on top of a gold backdrop, so they're not doing too much here. And then we have some here. You can keep those there, but I would highly recommend getting some here. They look really good laid over on the Aurora. And we also see a lot of snaps that are using the Aurora combined with fireworks. Combined with Fireflies in their skyline in the 4K region. It's a very popular play. So, I wouldn't cover Mount Olympus up too much, but a little bit of Firefly action here. A little bit of Firefly action here. You would just have to place them a bit closer to the screen. Or a bit closer to the camera. And again, if you want to get the puppy, just use the ball trick we discussed. Casey is next. Oh, very nice. Beautiful. Very magical. Hi, Samai. All week I tried working on a completely different snap setup, but had major creative blocks, so yesterday I deleted the entire build. Bought the pink dress, and started from scratch. I built close to save time. I'd really appreciate any advice or suggestions. Well, you did a great job. And this is what I mean when you're like, a good snap doesn't mean you have to spend 8 hours decorating an entire floating island. If you're trying to make something beautiful and get it done in a timely fashion, just build closer in. And this is a great example of that. Very good lighting on the avatar. Beautiful dress. Like the Laurel, very good job with the hair, with the makeup. The muses on the outside are really fun. And Phil kind of like, giving the big eyes to the muse. Very, very fun use of Phil there. We got a cute little pink Pegasus, which matches the pink vibes. And then we got Pegasus himself, Hercules, and finally, Hades lurking evilly in the background, very frustrated. Overall, very solid. You filled out the whole frame very well. And it's an absolutely beautiful dream snap. I love the way you played up the pink dress with all the pink flowers and the falling petals and the fireflies. Very magical. I think this is practically guaranteed to get 4K, Casey. I don't think you need to do anything else here. I mean, you know, if you want to try the pet trick to get the little, you know, Pegasus flying, but you don't have a whole lot of space for it, so I wouldn't worry about it. I would just roll with what you got. I think you're pretty safe. Creeping is next. I think I covered the bases, but always good to have another pair of eyes on the pick. Open to suggestions, as always. Thanks for the advice. All right, all right. So we got the Meg dress. We got Pegasus here. So you have a lot of opportunity here under Pegasus, and you have a lot of opportunity here under Hades. Since we have so much of the gold path here, what could be really fun here is the mosaic rug piece. It works really well with the Grecian-inspired, you know, mythology-inspired scene. And you do need to have Storybook Veil to have this, of course. If you go into rugs, it's craftable. It's this Greek mosaic rug. This could be really nice on the left and right side, because you got this beautiful, like, gold path in the middle. You could do these rug pieces like a little off to the left side of your scene and a little off to the right side of your scene. Just kind of under Pegasus, under Hades. And this could be really nice for your scene creeping, because it's going to help break up all this solid path where there's like a lot of space. It's just going to add some texture to it. The other thing I would try to do is get these fireflies a little higher to get the sky feeling extra magical, because right now you have them overlaid with, you know, something that's almost the same color as them with that same kind of gold shine. I would get them present in the sky. But yeah, the Aurora is very nicely displayed here. You got that going all the way across, so very good placement on the Aurora. And if you wanted to, you could also try the ball trick with the Cerberus puppy if you want him doing something super cute towards the front of the scene. I mean, if you had him right in between you guys playing with the ball, that could be super fun, super cute. But aside from that, I wouldn't really recommend much else. I think it's pretty strong, you know. Got some good color, some good lighting. Good villagers, good characters. Likely for 4K. Ashley is next. I've been having such a hard time finding the appropriate time to put together a snap lately, and then I ended up throwing something together real quick. I miss being able to take my time. Yeah, life gets busy sometimes. All right, the pose is really fun here. I like the lightning bolt. Good shots of the villagers. I do think Pegasus would be a great addition here. You got space for him back here if you wanted. On this side, we probably wouldn't see him too well, but he could look fun in the background. Light shining down behind you. For a quick build, it's very solid. I think very likely to do well. Between the two... Oh, you do have him in this one. Yeah, and you put him right where I mentioned. Funny. Yeah, that's great. That's great. I would go with this one. I do like Hercules even closer here, but he's fine here. But in this one, you got Pegasus, Phil, Hades, and Hercules. But if you did add a little baby Pegasus or the Cerberus, you can use the ball trick we mentioned to get him right here in this corner if you wanted. Overall, very solid, Ashley. Very solid. Good placement for the Fireflies, the Aurora. For a quick snap. It's quite nice. Kirby is next. Hi, Savai. I didn't have any time this week to put much work into my actual snap as I was grinding the star path and also feeling a bit meh. I threw this together in about an hour or two. But after building it, I'm worried it might be too similar to your idea. No? You haven't even seen my snap. I wouldn't worry about that. Please don't hesitate to tell me if it is, and I can change it around tonight. I just wanted to use the items I bought in the premium shop and didn't know how else to display them in the short space I had. as I missed primary reviews yesterday. I do have a bowl behind me for the companion house nearby, but I'm on Switch and I'm struggling to get three-headed dog in the frame. So we went through that earlier today, Kirby, when we reviewed Mama Llama Snap. The key to getting the pets in the shot, you know, you can have a bowl behind you if you want them walking in the shot, but you can actually get a much better shot with companions if you put these little balls down. They'll play with them. So here we have the puppy jumping into the base of the shot. So the way they're going to play with it will depend on what angle they approach the ball. But if you put the balls slightly out of the scene, like they're here, but we can't see them, right? They're just right out of the frame. But you'll notice, you know, the little pets and critters, they're going to play with them, then they'll go back, they'll touch the companion house, and then after they touch the companion house, they reset and they come back again. The key to doing this is making sure nothing obstructs their pathing to the companion house, and nothing obstructs their pathing to the ball or the dish. So we got the little Cerberus eating from the bowl right now. Pegasus is playing with the ball. And as this little Cerberus comes down... Oh, he doesn't want to play with the ball. Also, I think my goose is in the way. That's what I mean about spacing. The companions can be kind of dumb. But yeah, they have pretty much the same behavior. You know, on Switch, on PC, these items are coded to work the same. So the balls, the food dish. And if you want to make sure you capture the Cerberus puppy, you know, just don't attach other pets. Just only have the Cerberus puppy attached. That way, he'll have access to the balls. And because if another companion's on the ball, then he won't be able to use it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the example scene I made for the YouTube video was, like, really different. Yeah, this was the example scene I threw together for YouTube. So, I'm not really seeing what you mean about your snap being similar to this one. They're, like, extremely different. I mean, what you have to remember is we're all doing the same challenge. And whenever there's a new update, voters are going to love seeing the new items and the new characters. So there will be some distinct similarities, you know, between different Dream Snaps, right? There's going to be a lot of items. Like these fruit plants are really good for the foreground. These wall pieces are nice. But I don't really see much correlation here. You know what I mean? There's a lot of snaps that are built like this that don't even watch my content, you know? So yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about that. You're in a completely different environment. I think you're on a floating island. My video had Mount Olympus in the back. I wasn't using the premium bundle stuff at all. I had different foreground elements. So there were some really big differences. You don't really have to worry about your scene being similar to my examples. That's why I make the examples, is to like give you an idea or a concept so you can take inspiration from it or motivation from it. The only thing I recommend against is just straight up copying what's in the video, because there will be many people doing that. I can't do anything about that. So if you just copy exactly what's in the video, your Dreamsnap won't be unique because there will always be people copying it. And also, the point of the videos and the point of the reviews is to, you know, encourage you to build your own scene. And that's what you did here. So I'm not sure why you may feel that way. Maybe it's because you're, you know, using the same theme with the Greek stuff, but like everybody is. I think out of the reviews yesterday, we had like maybe 2 snaps that weren't doing, you know, the Hercules vibe or the Greek-inspired mythology vibes. So this is just, you know, it just works with the theme. So a lot of people are going to do it. So yeah, don't ever worry about that. You don't have to include all that when you share your Dreamsnap for a review. As long as you're not just directly copying what's in the video, you can just take that worry out of your mind and cast it to the wind, right? Doesn't matter if we're using the same items. Doesn't matter if we're using the same outfit. Doesn't matter if we're using the same villagers, same companions. Because yours are all going to be in different places than mine. I think the only similarity between your snap and the one I had is that you're also using these walls from the Star Path, and you have the arena in the back. But those are background items because they're so tall. That's where everybody's going to have those that uses them. I mean, some people have the arena on the side, but, you know. So my advice for this, you do have an opportunity right here and also right here. I think a couple little fountains, if you got the new ones from the Screwed Shop, could be really nice, just kind of rounding into this area. And I know you said your base game only, so if you got those from the Screwed Shops, just the edge of the fountain kind of coming in could be very nice to fill out this right and left-hand side. I would definitely do something here, though. I would definitely do something here, and I would definitely do something here. Just to, you know, make the snap up here a bit more full. But yeah, good framing on the house in the back. Very good balance on the gazebos. You got everything very balanced in the photo. My one big recommendation would just be to fill it out a little bit here on the sides. I think you're pretty good. All right, we got secondary reviews now. So this was Dreamer's first review they sent in. And now this is the new one. Okay. No pose, Dreamer? I would definitely do something. You got a lot of companions, you know? You have all these... I want you to think about how this will be perceived by voters, right? Hercules looking happy and buff. Pegasus smiling. Phil cheering. And then we have you. You look like you got better places to be. You don't look happy to be here. You're just kind of here. Easy fix. You can do the bee pose and hide the bee. You could do a lot of poses. The goose pose. You know, tons of good poses you can do to smile and make the avatar even more beautiful. And show the same emotion everybody else is. Look at your characters and look at your avatar. And Dreamer, you know, this is Snap 101, right? This is why I'm always telling you not to rush for your, you know, secondary review or primary review. Don't rush it. I can't help but notice you're the very first person to upload for the secondary reviews. Like, the moment you got the first review, you immediately rushed in changes and submitted and put it right in. I love the enthusiasm, but you need to look at your photo a bit, because you know these things already. So, the basics, you know, presenting your avatar, that's one of the basics. if you hadn't rushed this submission in so quickly so you can be first in line for a secondary review, we could focus on improving other aspects. But now we're tied up with something that you already know, which is that you can present your avatar much better. The other thing I would recommend here would be balance. You see how you got this gazebo much closer and this one a bit further away? Put them the same distance. That way, you know, we get a nice even set of domes in the back. And there's a lot of fun new items if you have some of them. You know, the well is cool because it's got like the gold and stuff. You can still keep the well, but I like the trees. But just keep in mind, we got a lot of fun stuff. Also work on the foreground balance. You see how these roses here fill out the left-hand corner, but the right-hand corner is empty? Because these roses didn't go all the way down. What I want you to try to get used to doing, Dreamer, is looking at your photo critically before uploading it. Look at your balance. Look at your presentation. Look at the pose you're choosing. You did a great job with the villagers, you know. You got everybody looking good here. Pegasus looks great. But, you know, be mindful of your balance. Be mindful of your foreground. Be mindful of your avatar presentation. It's a big part of doing well. And these are things you already know. Ginger snap. All right, you got 1, 2, and 3. First one is the original. Okay, that'd be this one here. The only difference between the new ones, Pegasus placement and the lighting being on and off. I'm not sure if it's better to have more baby Pegasus or to have the lighting on. You suggested I change the lips so the smile looked a bit better and moved Hercules to the right. I moved my build to a floating island and the villager toggle works amazing now. Yeah, you know, having Mount Olympus in the back is fun, but the villager toggle is so nice. Now, I will say you do, since you're rocking the build the same way, you do have a lot of open sky. But yeah, I like the new villagers. And also, I love the changes on the avatar. She does look a lot happier here. And also a bit more inquisitive. The villagers are definitely featured a lot better. I wouldn't worry about having both the baby Pegasus in here. I would go with the lightning. Because this one looks really good on his own. He fills out that space beautifully. So between the two photos, I would likely go with this one if I were you. And even though you do have a lot of open sky here, at least you filled it out well with the aurora and the fireflies. But yeah, I would go with this one as your primary option. And keep in mind, you know, you can use the ball trick we discussed if you wanted the little Pegasus flying, like, down here in the corner. GG. Got original picture. Changes. Phil, I couldn't get him on the last picture, but I finally got him in the new pic. Nice. Fill the right and left corner was the other advice. Okay. So now we got the new one. Yeah, lighting is much better here. Yeah, great to have the actual fill here. You even got a little baby Pegasus here. I love that you added the sundial over here. Very nice addition. Yeah, and bringing Pegasus up was great too. Yeah, very strong. Well done, well done. Overall, I'd say it's a very solid improvement, especially, you know, the changes in lighting and bringing the actual fill into the scene. This is very true to, like, Phil's relationship with Meg. Yeah, and a great little capture on the baby Pegasus here. Good work. I feel like you're very likely 4K bound with this scene here. Well done. Skylar is next. We got, I think this is the original. You suggested adding some cornucopias to the front, adding some critters, and working on lighting. I didn't actually touch contrast, so I'm guessing it was saturation. You also mentioned liking the framing of my other ones better, so I framed it the same as those. As for the critters, I did try, but they really did not want to walk into the scene correctly. Rather than pull up my hair, I decided just to forget them. I will try again later to play around with it till I get it. First picture is the best of the originals. Second has the highlight of 0.1, and the third has no highlight. All right, so luckily for you, we just took a nice deep dive into how to get your companions featured like right at the front of your scene very, very easily. But there is a big key there. And you could take the saturation higher than this, by the way. You don't have to, but I don't think you're anywhere near a dangerous level here. And I do like the increased highlight a bit more, but I would try to switch to sunny weather. And you could already be on sunny weather, but it can still turn cloudy while that's toggled on. So if you see a lot of clouds, turn sunny off, then turn it back on, and they should dissipate. If they don't dissipate, go inside of a building and then come back out, and it re-rolls your clouds. It re-rolls your cloud speed, how many clouds you have in the sky, if it's clear weather, that is. So that way you can get more of a nice, big, beautiful sky without, you know, you'd have the aurora, the fireflies, and nice deep blue in the back. Could be fun. Now, if you want to do the companion trick, if it's frustrating or difficult, then it's likely not set up in the best way. The biggest thing that makes the companions like a huge headache is their pathing is not going to... Their pathing is sometimes not going to work if you have anything blocking them. They're just going to walk into items nonstop. So the trick is to have nothing around your companion house. Nothing. You should be able to move all the way around and touch every side of it. And then, I mean, just look at them going crazy right here at the front of the scene, you know. We just had 2 of them playing with the items. And if you put these little toy balls in your, you know, right outside of your scene, as shown here, they'll just come play with them. And then you can get them actually animated, you know, in your scene. They'll walk back and forth to the food bowl. They'll walk back and forth to the toy balls. See, even this one's getting stuck on the edge of the plant. Look at that. And it all comes down to the angle at which they approach. When I was setting up my Dreamsnap today, and wrapping it up this morning, to get like the perfect shot of the Cerberus puppy, it took me like maybe 10 minutes. I set everything up just like this, and I just sat there with my camera open for a bit, waited for him to walk up and play with the ball. I got a couple of different shots. One, he was kind of at the side, and then I finally got one where he was like facing the camera. So it's the same on all platforms. If the companions are not interacting with these items, then something is obstructing their pathing. Because what they do is they go to and from these items, and once they're done messing with the items, they're going to go back to the house they're attached to. They're going to touch the house, then they're going to come back to the items. You see how they're kind of doing that right now? They're just going to keep doing that. But if anything blocks their path, the way GameLoft coded them, they're like really stupid. They'll just walk into it like this, and you'll never see them in your photo because they're constantly walking into a wall or a fence or a plant. But you can very easily photograph these guys and get them looking really good. It just has to be set up so they have the space to move through. And, you know, you don't really need to have a companion. I mean, you got Pegasus. You got Phil. You have mythological creatures and fantastical characters. So, if you don't want to worry about it, don't worry about it. It's just a good way to make your snap more competitive. But it's not something you absolutely have to do for 4K. Meredith is next. My original snap and the new one with Pegasus. And also Mushu. And as I thought, 2 creatures is better than 1. I feel like perhaps I need to be closer to the camera. But if I get closer, the other characters are obscured by Pegasus. And his front legs. Alright, so your original was you were going with a split scene concept. And with the new one, we're going into the Pegasus pose. So a few things I would do here. Keep in mind, you have full control of where these characters are. So you were saying in your comment here that if you get closer, the characters are obstructed by Pegasus' tail. Let me show you something. If you do the Pegasus pose normally, kind of like you are, like if you just face the camera and do the Pegasus pose. Look at that puppy. Let's appreciate that for a second. Look at that. Did you see that? Perfect puppy shot. Look at that. Look at that, you guys. Look at that perfect puppy shot. That's what I mean. You know, so easy. You went straight to it. All right. So when you do the Pegasus pose, if you're facing directly towards the camera, you're going to be flying right in the middle of the scene, like this. There's still so much room for characters on the left side and right side. We could get even closer, but you don't want to get so close to where Pegasus's head goes out of the shot. So if we did get closer, I would only get a little bit closer if you're going to use that pose. That's about as close as I would get right there. But you still have tons of room for villagers. Now here's what's neat. Let's say maybe you don't want Pegasus right in the middle of your scene because that's where you want your villagers to go. So right now Pegasus is kind of right in the middle. Well, if you turn your camera to the left in selfie mode and then go into portrait mode and you're facing this way, when you hit the Pegasus pose, you're going to be off to the side. Now you'd have to move away a little bit more, but it's a way to get your character out of the center, you know, if you wanted to. And then you can put those characters in the center. But again, you don't even have to do that. There's plenty of room to use the Pegasus pose, be closer, and have your villagers in. So right now, I would get a lot closer than you are. And I do think the flying Pegasus pose would probably be better than the arched one. They're both fun, though. So, I mean, if you want to use this one, you can. But his wings are going to go, like, a lot further back. Whereas if you do the flying one, you can time it where his wings are up. And now you have a lot of space for your photo. Now, the other thing, I talk about this a lot. When you're building a Dreamsnap, you want it to feel complete. You want it to feel finished. You want it to feel like a movie scene, not like a movie set. That's what makes snaps impressive to voters. You know, notice how in this snap, there's detail from frame to frame. All the way from this side to all the way on this side. The whole frame is full. Think of it like a canvas. you're trying to get votes on a painting, and you have this whole canvas. Well, you only painted this spot. You didn't paint anything here, and you didn't paint anything here. Your competition is painting the whole canvas. The whole canvas. So, when you build a snap, you always want to work to decorate everything we can see. Now, that doesn't mean you have to put items way back here. Just put something near the front here. You can do the new stadium stands on the left and stadium stands on the right if you wanted to. But you always want to avoid having your snap just turn into a big empty field with nothing. There's no benefit to this. If your goal is to get 4,000 moonstones, you want to decorate the full scene. The other thing we discuss quite often, again, foreground. You know, remember when we talked about that? You did good on that last week, but it looks like you didn't do much with the foreground this week. So we don't have anything in the bottom left corner, and we don't really have anything in the bottom right corner. And by corner, I mean all the way down at the base of the shot. And no, like floor pieces don't really apply there. They add texture. So let's look at some of your competition. Look at the foreground here. Vase, gold plants. Vase, gold plants. The gold fruit plant down here. Pixie dust, gold fruit plant, and flowers. This one has the flower wheelbarrows from the Garden of Whimsy Star Path and pixie dust. These are the other competitors. You know, these are the other people fighting for 4K. If you really want to compete with them, because that's what you have to do if you want to get 4K, you have to be competitive. If you want to compete with snaps like this, you need to take into account what they're doing and why they're doing it and why it works. Notice how, like, all of these snaps we're looking at, you know, they pretty much all have these foreground elements. And they've all filled out their entire scene. So, to me, this is not a finished snap. Because we just kept this completely open and empty, and we kept this completely open and empty. I built this scene right here yesterday in 5 minutes. 5 minutes is all it took. This is just a little example scene. If I wanted to spend more time on it, I could pave it, and then I could bring some villagers in. But notice how this fills out the entire shot. The walls go all the way to the side. We have the house in the middle. And this will be easier to do, by the way, if you get, you know, close to your builds. You also have your camera pointed down like this. I don't really recommend that. I would do a direct shot like this. So, final thoughts on your new snap. It's definitely a big improvement from your first. It's going to be a lot safer. But there's a lot of things you're still going to need to grow into as you make snaps. There's things you're going to really want to consider with every snap you make. So the advice I'm giving you on this one, this advice is not just for this theme. It's for pretty much everything you build. Don't leave big portions of your scene completely empty. And don't leave your foreground empty. Those are the two biggest things holding this one back. Now, that doesn't mean you have to spend 6 hours decorating a scene. Again, this took 5 minutes. And all we did was place this house as a centerpiece, drop these walls and these pillars, We dropped the stages and some trees. And we built a foreground with these gold items. And a midground with these fountains, with this path, with this gate, and these mosaic tiles. That's it. So, took very little time, and it fills the entire scene. And keep in mind, if you want to do something quick and easy, I wouldn't say this is easy, but this is quick. See, this player, they didn't want to spend too much time on their snap this week, so they built everything closer in, and they filled up the whole photo. Your photo goes way further back, but if you don't want to have to decorate a huge area, you can always build closer to the camera. So keep that in mind. But yeah, I would definitely get the characters closer. Like Phil, he's really small. And you have nothing in your foreground, so you could have Phil right here. You know? Hercules, you can have closer up. Mushu is also very tiny. You can have him right down here. Don't forget with your villager toggle, you're going to be able to move them around as much as you want. Ems is next. I've added Phil and a 3-headed puppy. I'm not 100% happy with the position of the puppy. I prefer him to fill the gap towards the front, but he's being stubborn. I don't have time to do the star path for a suggested outfit. Not sure if it looks better with the rotation or without it. I like the rotation for like chaotic scenes. Like if it's like an action scene, I think it could be really fun. In this case, I like it a bit more with the standard scene here. And this is not a bad shot of the puppy. I think that's pretty fun. But if you want to get him right at the front, you can use the ball trick we discussed earlier. In the future, I would avoid building too close to the edge. Like, that's the edge of the biome right there. And what would look good is, like, more trees behind these trees. You know, creating a bit of a forest in the back and then putting lights behind it. But, you know, that would now require you to have to move things. You could use the new group select. Could make it easier. But adding a few trees and a silhouette behind them would be really nice. Suli. This is the picture you suggested I went with, but to maybe remove the pride flowers and replace them with the gold fruit trees. Also, you suggested using the gold leaf plants. I did try those, but as the color wasn't as bright as the fruit trees, I decided not to use them. I just went with the pink flower bushes, as they went with the pink trees. Let's see. So we got this one. And this one. Okay. Well, at least you included them. You know, they're fine here. But this is still kind of part of your foreground, so I would definitely keep the fruit trees involved. Because you have, in your original shot, you have the cornucopia, and we have all this gold trim on the fountain. So those gold items are going to play really well with the environment. And yeah, they're okay to use there. Between these two, I'd probably go with... The dragon's really cute in this one, but you do have the Cerberus puppy in this one with the dragon next to Hercules. So I think this would definitely be the stronger option. And the trick with the trees, they can be nice and bright in your scene. It's just all about your lighting and what you put around them. Get out of here. Get out of here. Hang on a second. I'm screenshotting a part of my snap for you. We've seen a lot of those too. But yeah, with the gold fruit plants, you'll get a lot of color on them. It's just one color, which is like the solid gold. And then you can always have, you know, you can play up that gold further with the little plants, pixie dust. You know, you can combine these with multiple different items. Also, look at how cute that Pegasus is. You know, a little ball trick once again. But you see a lot of people using the gold fruit trees, and they do look really good. Like, this has a lot of color and a lot of light on it. But it's a good thing you added them in, because, like I said, they work really good. With the fountain, with the bench, with the pillars, and with the new wall sets here. Jen, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Jen with the big 468 here. 2069 on the board. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Miss Spock. This was your original. You didn't suggest to completely scrap my first build, but my main concern was the riskiness, and you did say it was risky, so I did an entirely new build that seems safer. Thanks for the reviews always. Suggestions. Show more of the beauty elements of the new items. Show more into the scene. Foreground elements. I currently still have the old ones submitted. Okay, we'll look at the new ones. Yeah, you can definitely make the split scene work. The big risk with the way this is set up is we don't get much visibility into the setting, and we don't get to see a lot of the beauty of the new decor. And there's just some really good competitive snaps out there that are really playing up the beauty of these new items. And a split scene can work, but it's going to need to be built in a way that can go toe-to-toe with a lot of these other snaps if you want to have a really high chance for 4K. Very solid, like the new build. Yeah, and this is exactly what I meant about how you can get some beautiful colors with the gold fruit trees. The glass flowers look really good here. Got the lightning, Hercules, Phil, Pegasus. Playing up the new items really well. The new glowing vase. The fountain, Hercules' house, the gates. Yeah, very solid, very solid. You even got a little Mickey cloud in there. If you have the Aurora, Miss Spock, I would consider that too. It makes it feel very ethereal, kind of like a land of the gods. And since the challenge is asking us to make a world of wonder, could be very fun. But you're likely to get 4K with this as it is. I also think the Mickey cloud is a really nice touch here. But yeah, if you want to do anything else with this, I think the foreground is absolutely perfect. I think you're making really good use of the new items. Great outfit, great pose, great villagers and mystical creature. Yeah, the Aurora could be nice, but not something you absolutely have to do. Well done. Solid snap. Black Knight. We got the original shot. Hi, Sabai. You encouraged me to move my build onto a floating island, and I'm so glad I did. Much better lighting. I also changed the outfit up slightly to get more gold notes and the foreground to break up the items used. Thanks for the reviews. Of course, of course. Oh, very nice. Yeah, I like the new build. Beautiful. Very cool light here from the cloud. Got this light beaming down on Hercules. Avatar looks really good. I like the electricity kind of bouncing off of this. Phil's really funny here. Great shot of Pegasus as well. And now, you know, lighting is really strong in the new scene. I also love the addition of, you know, having this arena behind you. And Hercules' house here. Looks really good. Looks really good. I like the sparkle effects in the sky with the fireworks. Now, between these two options, think they're pretty much... Well, the fireworks are slightly different. I think I like this one a bit more, though, because in this one, Pegasus turns his face a little bit into the shade. But in this one, he's, like, perfectly well lit. You know, he does... And his positioning here is really nice. The fireworks look great here, too. And you even got a little baby Pegasus walking down here. So, yeah, awesome. Awesome. Yeah, very solid improvements here, I would say. I really like the magical feel you're getting from the fireworks, too. Very good, very good. I think this is likely for 4K. Plum Bob. So we have this really fun combat-style snap. Hello, first photo is my current submission. Your main feedback was that it could come with some risk, which I definitely agree with. I might still risk it for the biscuit, but I did try something different as well, wondering if this may be a safer option or if it's also risky. Thanks for your time. Let's see. Well, this is really cool, too. It's a fun split scene. You got Pegasus and Phil here. Phil's freaking out. And then we have this whole, like, garden of statues, which is awesome. So this is really cool. I still really like your original. I think you should stick with what you got here. You know, the only reason there's risk involved is because a lot of voters have shown that they really like to prioritize beauty in a lot of cases. And there's so many Dreamsnaps out there that are just really playing up these beauty angles with like all of these ethereal landscapes with like all the godly glowing items and the auroras and the sparkles and the gods, you know. There's a lot of very high-end beauty snaps out there. And since voters love these types of snaps so much, the only risk would be, you know, people that end up prioritizing beauty over concept. But this is one of the coolest concepts I've seen this week, you know. I mean, it really feels like a legendary moment. I would 100% vote for this. I think, you know, like I mentioned, the only risk involved just comes down to if you get unfortunate enough to get voters that prioritize beauty to a very high degree, they may choose, you know, the ethereal, godly, beautiful snaps over this dark, you know, combat scenario. But if I were you, I would risk it for the biscuit, because even if this were my snap, if I submitted this and it got 1,500 or 2,500, I would know that it wasn't because it was a bad snap. It was just because my voters didn't vibe with it. And I'd be okay with that, because this is super cool. I love snaps like this. And snaps like this can and do show up in 4K quite often. They're just not as common as the, you know, beauty priorities that we see. But I really like this scene. The new scene's really cool, too. But it still kind of comes with the same...
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Yo, thank you, Amanda.
Cat emoji.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Amanda coming in with a big $5 dono. Let's go, let's go. $25.69 on the board. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Big goal number 186 today. Chucking right along. Very nice, very nice. But yeah, I definitely think you should stick with what you got here, because it's very well composed. You know, the combat armor, the shield, the stance, the anger of Hades, and I just love the background. It's such a good snap. And even if it didn't perform, you know, as you would hope, you would know why. You know, it wouldn't be that there was anything wrong with this. This one kind of carries the same risk because it's also heavily rooted in concept over that beauty factor. which is why a lot of my snaps, I do step out of the box every once in a while. But so many of my snaps, I just highly prioritize beauty, and it keeps me very consistent. Whoops. I didn't think that was in here. Yeah, it keeps me very consistent when it comes to performance. But I'll step out of that box sometimes. Like I kind of stepped out of the box with this one. And I thought this was really cool. And I got $2,500 for it. It was I think the only snap in the past 2 years I've had that didn't get 4K. And it was one of my favorites. It was one of my favorite snaps. And it was for Illusion Valley. If I would have done what I did in my YouTube video, I would have likely gotten 4K. Because all the people that watched my video and made a big portal like I did in the video and played up magic and beauty, they all got 4K. Or at least all the ones that shared their results with me on Facebook and in Discord. I saw so many snaps that were just like the one I made in the video that got 4K, and then this one got 25. And I know why. I took a risk. I wanted to do something I thought was super cool and super creative. So for Illusion Valley, I created a portal to a land of the gods. I made a pantheon, and I made the ruler of the underworld. And I built this massive underworld with lava and fire and demons. And it had so much detail, but it's the only snap I've had in 2 years that failed to get 4K. And if I had to guess, it's probably because it's just not that beautiful. It's a really unique concept. It's very fun. But this isn't just something that applies to me. We see it quite often. LOTR, for example, LOTR lady, during the Small Wonders Challenge, a lot of people were doing this because it was beautiful and it makes the theme super obvious. LOTR had a really unique concept where she built herself into a picnic basket, and she was holding a strawberry motif, and it was designed really well. It really looked like she was standing in a picnic basket as a tiny human. And she had the camera close to the avatar. Everything was made properly. And that snap ended up not getting 4K as well. Because it had a really good concept, but voters just gravitated more towards beauty. It's unfortunate that that's a thing you have to consider. Because I love making snaps like this. But, I wouldn't take this back. I really like this snap. This is one of my favorite snaps I ever made. I don't care if this one didn't get 4K. I know a lot of people that used the examples I made on YouTube got 4K. So I know I would have gotten 4K if I'd gone with my original plan, but I wanted to do something really fun, really exciting, and really different. But, it's more doom and gloom. It's fire and it's combat. Now, if the right people see something like this, it can do really well. But it all comes down to your 1v1s and what kind of voters you get. So if you get the voters that prefer beauty and sparkles and saturated colors and glimmering gold, then they're going to eat stuff like this up. Whereas if you get voters that really appreciate unique concepts, they'll vote for this. It all depends. That's why oftentimes, making a snap that just has really good lighting, really good color, and is just a beautiful photo tends to be a very safe route to 4K. But that by no means means you shouldn't do stuff like this. Because I do. I take the risk, and if it doesn't get 4K, it's not because it wasn't a good snap. It's awesome. It's just the voters you got prioritized other things. But yeah, if you do choose this one, I hope it gets what it deserves, because I definitely think this deserves 4K. Snaps don't always get what they deserve, but this is a really cool snap. It's a really fun concept. And honestly, it's quite badass, you know? Like, this is the storyteller's fires, like, you know, fire wafting in the air, and the shooting star rocks in the sky. You know, Phil, Hercules, Hades, everybody looks really good. The dragons. So yeah, it's super cool. I would roll with it. I would roll with it. LOTRs has been typically going safer since that one. Dude, you sound like me. That's what I did. Like, after the last time ever since, you know, I lost about a 2-year 4K streak on this snap. I was like, well, I'm just going to prioritize beauty, I guess. And just, you know, keep making that like the center. I mean, some snaps just aren't themes built around beauty, like this one. You know, you can still make it beautiful in its own way, though. But yeah, from there, I was just like, you know, I know what voters like. I'm just going to try to give them that. Oh, my God, bro. But yeah, I would stick with this one. You got an awesome concept here, and it's very well made, Plum Bob. Like I said, it deserves 4K. If it doesn't get 4K, don't beat yourself about it. You made something you should be super proud of. In a perfect world, every voter would weigh beauty and concept equally. But, you know, there's like kids that play the game. And at its core, it's a cozy game, so a lot of people like the cozier feel, you know? So, but if you get the right voters, they'll be totally down with this. So yeah, just, you know, go with it, and hopefully it'll get great results. Who knows, you know, could end up in first place. It all depends. You never know what you're going to pop up against, and you never know what kind of voters you're going to get. Hard to predict. That's why those, you know, those beauty shots just, you know, they're just safe. Decided to go in a completely different direction. You suggested to try Sunset to get the gold items glowing and to get companions in the shot. I'm happy with the way it turned out, and thank you for the feedback and advice. It's always appreciated. All right, so this was the original. Yeah, we talked about that sunset lighting and bringing a companion in. Oh, you built a pretty new scene here. All right. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, you really upped the beauty factor here. You got the new dress, which is really fun. We got Pegasus. We got Hercules. We got Phil. Oh, and you got a great shot of the baby Pegasus. I think you have him playing with a ball. Or you got him playing with something. You're using the tech before I even mentioned the tech. Look at you go. What a little genius you are. Well, I love the colors here. Beautiful saturation, beautiful color. Great shot of the villagers. I will say, with this dress, I do have a pose recommendation. The lightning bolt is super cool, but hear me out, hear me out. I wish I had the dress so I can show you how good it looks. But there is a pose you can do with the goose that looks so good with that dress. I actually think I'm using it in my snap even without the goose, but I really love it with that dress you're wearing. So what you got to do is, you know, when you do the goose pose, let's change the time. When you do the goose pose, you're going to do this kind of like reach out like towards the camera. But, yeah, I'm going to roll my time back. If you turn left and you're not too close to the camera, she'll still look at the camera. If you get too close, she won't. But we still have her looking at the camera, which is what we want. And now we do the goose pose. And we pause. And we use this. Now, you don't have to do this, but hear me out. With the dress you're wearing, what really makes this dress look crazy good is when you have this arm extended out because of the way this dress is built. This fabric here that hangs off your arm is going to drape down, and we're going to see the little latches going over the arm, And I've seen people doing this pose with the dress you're wearing, and it looks so good. I mean, I'm using this pose anyway because it just, I don't know, you know. It's beautiful. She looks like a... Oh, look at that puppy. Oh my God, bro. Look at that. Dang. Look at that dream snap. Look at that shot. We just got a really good shot of the puppy. But yeah, if you wanted to play around with it, you can always keep the one you have right now submitted, Caroline. But try this pose if you have a free moment tonight, if you want to mess around with it anymore. This pose looks so damn good on that dress. It's crazy. I saw a couple of snaps with it yesterday. And with the, you know, with these arm pieces that hang down on this back piece, or on the back arm that kind of extends back, it looks so, so good. It even looks good with this because, like, you can see, you know, the shoulders, like, angled towards, and, like, the more open part of the top of the dress is angled towards the camera here. Looks really nice. It's like a beautiful, you know, spicy goddess. But yeah, beautiful work, Caroline. I love the changes. I think you're pretty safe with what you got here. You know, really strong beauty factor, great lighting, great villager presence. Really good shot of the Pegasus. I also just like the kissy face that she makes. Like, you know. Oh. And some of you guys didn't stay till the end for my eye trick. Is there anybody here that would like to know how to get their eyes this bright? I'm sure some of you guys are probably curious. I did spill the beans on this at the end of my stream yesterday as a bonus. But I've had people ask me before, like, how do you get your eyes to look like that? And I'll show you what I mean. This is my secret tech. Don't go telling everybody. It's a little secret. And don't worry if you have ads, I'll tell you anyway. I think I saved... Yeah, here we go. I have 2 examples for you of how it looks. We'll wait for the ads to be over, and then I'll reveal. We got 30 seconds on the ads, and I'll give you guys the secret sauce. I'm leaving. I'm not staying until the end of the day. Well, my bonus tip means nothing now. Well, you know, this will incentivize you guys to stay until the end of the stream, because at the end of the stream, I like to give special secret bonus tips like this. But I figured I would give it here, too. We got 8 seconds left on the ads. We'll let those play. All right. So, notice how the eyes here, this is the normal eye color. And this is what I do. And these are the exact same color settings, by the way. So, this is the exact same red here as it is here. So, normally, the eyes don't pop quite like this. And that's why my eyes look so extra green. Now, this is actually really easy to do. When you're customizing your avatar, you know, when you're doing your eyeshadow and your makeup, the trick is to not use these default eye settings. So, you see the green that I have right now? If I use this eye, and I put the exact same green in there, you see how much more dull and dark it is? Exact same green. But now, if we come down to this eye right here, the one with the red pupils and the gold, now you're going to come up here, you're going to change the red to black, so we have black pupils again, and now you take that second color and you make it whatever you want, but look at how much brighter the green is, look at how much brighter the red is. This is how you get super colorful eyes. You can do it with light blue, you can do it with a light purple, any color. But the color of these eyes are going to be way more prominent than the regular eye settings. So, I mean, like, you know, look at that. Like, that's so cool looking. So yeah, if you want to know how I get my eyes to be so bright, that's how. That's all it is. Oh my gosh, I can actually see my character's brown eyes now. So let's go, Zo. Hey, let's go, let's go. Yeah, they're the best ones to use. There's other fun eyes too. I would encourage, and you know, you guys will find cool little tech like this if you play with these. I like to use these too. This is another one I really like. This one is a bit different, you know, because there's no pupils, and you can blend two colors together. But I also really like these eyes. But if you've never gone through here and just like played with a lot of these settings, like you can do some really cool stuff with the eyes. But yeah, this is my favorite one to use right here. It's just good for a, you know, an eye that looks totally normal, but is way brighter than the standards. Because, you know, 90% of players are just going to be using these regular eye settings. So, you know, this one right here, one of the best. And you got cool stuff too, like the snake eyes, you know, the goat eyes, the little eye slits, the hard eyes. But yeah, definitely play around with them. Definitely play around with the different color options and settings. There you go. Have fun with that. Yeah, the eye settings can be really pretty to mess with. This is Alex. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Miss Fox said that's what I did this week. The one with no peoples. Yeah, I love that one. I think I actually, I might have a recent snap I did with that one. Let me check. Oh yeah, I do. It was Desert Haven. I did the one without pupils. Yeah, I got like purple and pink. It's the one with no pupils. This one, it's the same ones I have now, but with gold. But yeah, this one, same ones I have now, but green. I like the green ones because they... Oh my god, bro. I shouldn't have put that in my Dreamsnap folder. I keep... Bro. You know what? It's the last day of the challenge. I don't think anybody's going to be able to... I don't think anybody's going to be able to copy my snap at this point. Copying somebody's snap now. Get out of here, dude! Don't do it. Don't do it. I screenshot it. Oh my god, bro! Oh my god. Dude. Why did I put it in my Dreamsnap folder already? Why, dude? Why? Oh my gosh. Well, okay. Let's get back to work. I'm sad I gotta go to do my snap over. Yeah, I'm trying to, you know. I've been going out of my way to screenshot parts of my snap to use as tips today. And then I just show my entire snap like 3 times by accident. Great. All right, Crafty Joe. There we got this one here. First is the original, and third new advice was used. The sunset pick and find out what was blocking the light. To make sure the pick was balanced and to make sure there was no clipping. I also changed my eyes and added scales and vampire teeth. Oh, nice. All right, let's see. So we got this one. Yeah, balance is very good. And then we got the third one. My recommendation from here, I love the changes on the avatar, and the balance is perfect. You got this very evenly balanced. But we still have a lot of shadow on Pegasus. I'm wondering, what if you used a different foreground item that's not these trees? Because they're not doing much for you anyway, because they're kind of shaded here. So what if we use something much smaller that we could look over? You know, just something in the corner here and here. That way we can eliminate some more shadow from the scene and hopefully get some light on Pegasus. And then you can always build up the foreground. Also, don't forget the new trick we discussed, you know, when I was telling people how to get your pets, you know, to jump up and play with the balls. If you want to get the little puppy, you know, doing his little puppy thing, like he's doing right now, you just put the balls right at your foreground. And you put the companion home right outside of the scene, and they'll just walk right up to those balls. And they'll play with the balls, you know. Just like me in college. All right, next up, we got Belle B. That was a joke, by the way. Just so you know. The first picture is the original, and I'm torn between the other two. You were concerned about Pegasus and Hercules being so far back, which was completely valid because I had the same concerns. As always, thank you so much for the feedback. It is always perfection. P.S. I got to vote against that Dreamsnap that copied you. So crazy. No way! You saw it too? Oh my god, dude! What is happening? I'm telling you, dude, I feel like they're definitely going to get 4K. It was a good scene. I think I did a good job on that build. It's going to be so funny if they get like rank 1 or something, you know. But yeah, it's an exact replica of what we built on Wednesday for the YouTube video. Like, they nailed it, dude. They nailed it. But yeah, I didn't vote on it when I came across it because, like, I want my videos to help people and give people ideas. But if you... It's impressive that they replicated the build so well. And it's cool that they liked my idea that much. Like, that's an honor. But knowing what I know about the Snap, knowing that it was just a copy of somebody else's work, even though they're supporting me by watching, I couldn't vote on it. You know, like, I just ended up skipping. Just because, like, you know, they'll still get 4K, though, because, you know, again, most people don't know who I am or watch my content. So a lot of people are going to see that Snap and be like, ooh, awesome. So, turns out I have 2 snaps circulating right now for this week. All right, let's see the new ones. Ooh, very nice. Dang. Really good. Oh, man. Whoa. I really like the color and the lighting here. This feels like super, super godly. All the candles, especially getting all these wicks burning. And then the lightning bolt. The gold on the laurel. Yeah, very solid changes here, Belle. Very solid changes. You can really go with either one of these, I think. This one's really fun. Beautiful. It's more crisp. This one is a bit more magical and really plays up those gold notes like to the max. Which I do like because you have Hercules glowing on this side. And then you have the building glowing. It just feels like his aura is like resonating on this side. I also think it's super cute how you have like Phil and Pegasus kind of looking at each other here. Very fun. The pose is really pretty on this one. But yeah, I really like the saturation here, the colors. But I think both of these have a really good shot at 4K. They're both very solid snaps. I do like the way you've altered the mid-ground and foreground. I mean, this was really pretty, but with the new villager toggle, I feel like there's going to be a lot of high-end snaps, like, you know, really going crazy with how they display the villagers this week. So I think it's a good week to be competitive with these kind of concepts. I'd probably go with this one if it were me, but they're both really good options. This is really pretty. Well done. Beautiful work. Poppy. You didn't really have any suggestions apart from I said I would try to get Hercules in after been away for a week. Managed to get him and change the floor. Not sure if it needs anything else. As always, appreciate any feedback. Thank you again. First is original. Okay. Yeah, the pathing. Yeah, I think this is a good call. Great shot of the little Cerberus puppy. And then you have a variant with the kind of arena sand here again. I mean, the sand it doesn't look bad at all, especially with like the gold notes, you know. It's kind of an orangish color, so it does play really well with everything. But the paved environment, with how developed everything is, with like fountains and like statues and marble pillars and these big, you know, entryways, the paving makes a lot of sense, and I think it vibes really well. But realistically, I mean, you could go with either one. But we have seen that this path is extremely popular this week, which goes to show a lot of people feel like it works really well, which means they're not going to be mad to see it. You know, they're probably going to like it. The other thing I would recommend, try the ball trick. If you want to get the puppy doing what he's doing here, right at the front of your scene, just put the ball slightly out of frame. And you can get him, you know, arching up. Right at the base of your shot. Looking cute as heck. Can be super fun. If you have Pegasus, if you have Storybook Veil, Pegasus could be very good to bring in here. Even if he's in the background. Like, even if you have him, like, by the fountains or something. It's just another mythical creature that's very easy to use because unlike the companions and pets, you can actually put him right where you want him, which is really nice. Yeah, solid work, solid work. I like both the new versions a lot. Poppy, well done. Sabelina. Your advice was to have Hercules on the other side. Pegasus is so big to balance it out. Oh, yeah. Yeah, on the... Oh, perfect. Yeah, we have Pegasus here, and then we have the puppy and Phil. And for balance, you know, we were talking about bringing Hercules as well. So, yeah, I think that does balance it out nicely. And we can still see into the stadium, which is great. He's not really taken away from the shot at all. If you wanted to, you can also try the ball trick if you want to get the puppy... arching up. Like we showed a moment ago. Could be super fun. You don't have to do that, though. He looks really cute here. I mean, you're good either way. Solid snap, Lena. Solid snap. Beautiful work. Wings of a Daydream. Original. Suggestion, remove gazebo, casting shadow on left side. I love the result of the new snap. Truly appreciate your kind words and attention to detail. Oh, thank you, my friend. So now... Yeah, I think it was... The only thing we talked about was the shadow cast we have here. And we have this, like, nice shadow cast on the Hades side, but I like that because, you know, this is the darkness side because we have Hades lurking over here. So we can play up the brightness of... you know, our godly friend here. Looks like you also got a great shot of the puppy too in this new one. Yeah, very nice, very nice. I like how it transitions from like bright gold and lots of light to more darkness. Very fun. Fantastic job. Love this concept. Hope and we got number 1 here. Recommended Aurora and Fireflies. Oh yeah, and you got the new pose. I would be careful with your timing. You see how she's like squinting? Like the fact that her eyes, like if her eyes were closed, it would be fine. But with the eyes like partially open, it looks a little silly. So just be mindful of that. You know, really, really work to play up the beauty of the avatar. You know, you always want to think about it as if you're a supermodel trying to upload a picture to Instagram that you want to get a bunch of likes on. So, you know, you just take the best angle of your face. You make the best facial expression, if that makes sense. Like if I was talking and it was just like a candid photo of me blinking and running my mouth, I probably wouldn't want to upload it because I'm going to look kind of goofy. That same thing, interestingly enough, appears to apply to Dreamsnaps, because when you look at snaps that perform very well, the avatar always, or not always, you know, any snap can get 4K if they pop up against the right things. But a lot of the snaps in the 4K range, the avatar tends to look really gorgeous. And if you time it just right, Hope, you can use the eye trick we talked about, where you get some beautiful color in the eyes, and then you can get the pursed lip and, you know, the hand. And you can still go with the closed eyes, but I feel like you got to be super fast with it. I would do more, even partially like this. So I would slightly alter the pose, I think. But yeah, very solid. I would also recommend rotating your Aurora to try to get it kind of even across the sky. You got to fiddle with it a little bit. You got to move it around, rotate it. But once you play with it a bit, you should be able to get it to stretch right across between these two domes. The other thing to be mindful of is your balance. You see this descending line? And you see how you're showing so much of this dome and not much of this dome? If you angle your camera a little bit more in, you can balance this whole shot out a bit more. Danielle. I don't have the large Pegasus unlocked yet. Might try to see if I can get them. But I don't have them yet. Phil and Hercules were both inside yesterday, so I can only get one of them in the picture. But I got both tonight. But Phil changed pets trying to make it more symmetrical. First two are old. Last is new. Got Hercules Dream Style. Okay, so the last one's what we need to look at. Okay. All right, well, you got Phil. So now Phil is small, Danielle. Like, for small villagers, you want to put them closer to the front. And I would also try to get closer to the avatar. You know, we were just talking about how beautiful the avatar is. So, you know, look at your competition here. See how they're getting nice and close to the avatar. They're really showing off her beauty. Even when she's being menacing like this, she still looks beautiful. You know, this one looks really ethereal and godly with the golden eyes and the eyeshadow. But notice how close the avatar is. All of these players, they're really playing up the beauty of the avatar. It's going to be much harder to do that when you're so far away and so tiny. So don't be afraid to get a lot closer. A good rule of thumb is to have, you know, just some space between the top of your head and the top of the frame. But if you got closer, you can showcase the Pegasus better. And also, you know, grab Phil, bring him in closer. Bring Mushu in closer. You can take these gold plants, put them on the edge. And then you can have Phil on this side and Mushu on this side if you wanted to. Jingle Bells versus the OG. I think that would be this one. Second and third are in my gallery. All you suggested was a change to the pathing. I changed it to the gold marble and added that round rug under Hercules you suggested. I had trouble getting the clouds like they were in the first. That's why I didn't oversubmit yet. I also added Pain and Panic demon snippets in the back because I watched Hercules the other day. I wondered if I should add them. Yeah, that's pretty clever. I like that. Since I reworked the snap now, I might as well. Yeah, the clouds were really cool in the original. So it might be worth keeping the OG here. Because, yeah, the fact that you got the clouds the way you did was really nice. I do love the idea of Pain and Panic here, though. That's super fun. So it's really between... Well, this one is a bit too dark, so it's kind of between this one and this one. I mean, you got pretty close with the clouds here. And you got the Cerberus puppy more out of the shadow here. He looks really good here. Because, I mean, in this one, there's a little bit of cloud going down here, too, in your original. And in the new one, it's kind of the same. I think you got really close. Like, there's a couple of blue spots, but it still has that same vibe where it's, like, super heavy clouds here and, you know, more light aurora here. Your call, your call. Personally, I think this is the strongest of the three options. But, you know, your original is also really good. Yeah, and adding Pain and Panic is super cute. Alex is next. Thank you for all the help in deciding which option to go with. First is the original, second is updated. You recommend adding some foreground elements and bringing Pegasus forward to be more prominent. I had some further ideas in making the scene more prominently Olympus, or at least the living quarters of Apollo, Hercules, and Artemis. Still couldn't get the companion to cooperate, but am pretty happy with the final result. All right. So we had yesterday's. And now... Yo, Angela! Thank you, my friend! Dang, Angela Kate coming in with
for
the
everything
15?
You do for everyone.
Oh, thank you,
you,
my friend. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for all you guys do for me. Greatly appreciate it. Moving right along on today's goal. Thank you so much. Less than 2,000 bits away now. Big 186. Y'all drop some love for Angela Kate coming in with the very generous dono. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. Ooh, yeah. I love the new one. Beautiful. Yeah, I love where you have Pegasus. And it's also, it looks like he's checking out the Muse statue, which is really funny. Great shot of Phil. Good foreground elements. I love how you set up the motif with the fireflies kind of fading out. Yeah, beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Yeah, and the pets can be tricky. If you wanted to mess with it any more tonight, you could try the little ball trick. You just put it slightly out of frame. You know, the biggest thing is that the pets will absolutely require complete open movement, which is pretty good if you want them at the front because, you know, it would just be the ball and they can walk over the pixie dust. So you can always give that a try if you want to get one of them, but you don't really need it, you know. I feel like you're pretty solid here. You got Phil, you got Pegasus, so you got, you know, mythological creatures and fantastical characters. I mean, the challenge does mention companions, and I think they could be very strong here. So, of course, having an extra little companion would make it even more competitive, but it's already looking more than good enough for 4K. Very solid, very solid. All right, LOTR. Yeah, we had this really fun split shot. The main thing you mentioned was Tinkerbell on the unicorn side. The one without Tinkerbell is the original. There's one with a different dress, one similar to the original, and the last one, I added some trees on the Hercules side, and a Pegasus came into view finally. Also, I think there's extra unicorns in the new ones. On a different note, I took a zoomed out photo of my tri-split for the Inside Out one, since I figured people would ask about it. I can try to send it to you if you want. I think I enjoyed doing the split shots the most. Yeah, you're really good at the split scenes. They're very technical. All right, so we got this one. Very nice. We got this one. Yeah, more unicorns. Yo, Alex, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Alex also coming in with the love. Let's go, let's go. Thank you, my friend. Drop some love for Alex, you guys. We are now 45.69, moving right along. Now, less than $15 away. Goal number 186. Thank you, thank you. And beautiful work on the snap. Yeah, these are all great options. Like, even the first one was very strong. I do love the inclusion of Tinkerbell here, since the challenge mentioned Tinkerbell is an option and Phil is an option. I think doing something for both is a really fun way to do it. I also like the additional unicorns. That's cool. And how fantastical they look, you know? Personally, I think I like this one the most. But realistically, these will all perform about the same, I think. I do think this one has some of the best lighting on Hercules and on the Avatar. But I do love seeing the new outfit getting showcased. But this outfit, I would say, plays very well with the side you're on, which is cool. You also got great firework exposure in this one. I would just go with whichever one speaks to you the best. Because like I said, I think they're all going to perform about the same. Now, how they perform, you know, just comes down to what kind of voters you get. Like that tri-split scene you did of Inside Out, I feel like was deserving of like a rank 1 position, you know? But you never know. It's very hard to gauge. But I think it has a very strong likelihood of 4K. Beautiful work. Beautiful work. What's being used here, Niche, I think your name is Niche, is the... It's the Pride banner. I think it's called Gleam banner. But if you search banner, it'll come up. If you redeemed it during the Pride event. If not, there's probably other banners you may be able to use. But the item LOTR is using here is this item here. So this is the divider. And then you would use... you know, a dragon pose to scoot yourself to the left. And then you can use this to split it down the middle. And I love this because it looks like a comic book panel. It's really cool. LOTR did a tri-split scene during the Inside Out challenge. And it just really looked like comic book panel. It was so well done. She said there's also a Tangled one you may be able to use if you don't have the Pride one. Switch Mama. Thanks for the input. I added Phil and Hades. I misplaced my Northern Lights, or they glitched out of existence. Either way, I hope they... you still have them. I haven't heard about anybody's Aurora just disappearing from their game. Luckily for you, the Aurora is not too hard to find. what I would recommend doing is just going to each of your DLCs, going to each of your floating islands, and you'll know if it's there. They stand out quite a lot. So I would definitely recommend tracking it down, Switch Mama, because it's one of the best and most competitive Dreamsnaps items in the game. So, but I've never heard of anybody's Aurora just disappearing. So that shouldn't be the case. Because usually if there's a bug, it's something that, you know, multiple people experience. And I've never heard of that before, so probably not. Yeah, I think the main thing was getting, you know, Phil and Hades in here. Because you had the Phil motif. And then we had the blue flame. And now... Well, you got rid of the blue flames, though. One of the reasons we talked about adding Hades was because you had these blue flames in the back. Remember? I was like, oh, this would be great for Hades. Because he has all those blue torches. But you took them out. Maybe you took them out to balance it with the tornadoes, but you don't have to do that. You could keep the blue flames on the Hades side if you wanted. Because that's the whole reason we figured Hades would be awesome over here. But yeah, very nice that you got Phil in there. And if you can't get everybody again, just go with this one. But if you want to keep the blue flames, you can. We liked them. Bethany. It's the original. Hey, Sabai, I've touched my original and 3 options for my new submission. Per your advice, I move my characters closer, change the foreground items to the gold fruit trees, as well as change the outfit. One of the photos was before I added more detail to the sides, and also before I got Hercules items, while the other 2 is the same pose for both, just different baby Pegasus. I can't decide which one is better to submit. Again, thank you for all your advice and input. Of course, my friend. Let's see what we got. Oh, you got the new dress. Very cool. Very cool. So the tricky thing is, with the Pegasus pose, it's not really the best pose for this dress. We talked about this yesterday. As, like, the sleeves clip into each other. I don't know if you have the geese, but the goose pose would be super pretty here. I mean, you can still use this if you want, you know. But there's poses where these sleeve pieces are going to interact a bit better. In particular, that dress looks really good with the goose pose, but there's a certain way you got to set it up. You'll go into selfie mode, turn left, and then push your camera forward. Then use goose pose 1. And then pause as she opens the eyes. And the reason this is so good for that dress you have is because the arm panels, they hang down right here. And they hang down here. And it looks really good with that dress. And a lot of people don't have that dress, so they're not going to be able to use that pose. But that's if you have the geese. Again, you could use this one. You could use this pose if you want. And... yeah, great job getting the characters a lot closer. I think out of the current options, this one is likely the best. I think it makes more sense to have Hades separate from the group. So, you know, you have Phil and Hercules and Pegasus on the left-hand side, and then Hades on the right-hand side with the companion. It also features him, you know, a bit better. So between your current options, I think this one is likely your best bet. And again, you could use this pose if you want. But if you have those geese, could be very, very nice to show off this dress. Just keep in mind you'll have to arrange things a little bit differently if you do that as far as characters, because your arm sleeves might cover Phil. And if that's the case, you know, you can just move them right here. I would definitely keep Hades on one side and them on the other. And if you still want a Pegasus in your shot, you can use the companion trick we talked about earlier. You put a companion bowl slightly out of your frame to where we can't see it. You put a companion house out of the shot, and the pet walks in, and they'll play with the ball. Just wait for them to kind of line up with the front of the scene, and you'll get a great shot of them. Beautiful work, beautiful work. Wishing Star. Hey, somebody suggested the dead trees or something to give diversity, even out the line of the trees. And adding yellow trees on the side of Herc's house. Cerberus was playing his hide and seek behind a rock, so I couldn't get a clear shot of him this time. And because why not? I tried to play with the fireworks. Dad Sparkles. First is the original. Second is the Cerberus puppy, no Sparkles. Third is Sparkles and puppy. Fourth is Sparkles, no puppy. All right, all right. So original. Oh yeah, I like the lighting more in this one too. Saturation's a bit better. We do have the puppy here. This one, you got the puppy, and you got some sparkles. And you got good lighting. I would say this one's probably your best bet. Now, if you wanted to, if you got rid of this lava crack right here at the very bottom left, you could put that pet ball slightly out of the shot, and you can get the puppy to interact with that. That could be very nice. You might get a really cool shot with that. Now, if you do take that route, if you are going to tweak this anymore, I would recommend, you know, something that looks really, really good under these lava stones and these rocks is the Forgotten Lands brick, because it's black and purple. The leaf-strewn path, it's not super noticeable here, which means it's not like super dangerous to use, but the Forgotten Lands brick would blend a lot better with this environment. It also has more of that underworld feel, you know, that darkness feel. So if you did swap out that, you could also get rid of this little lava crack here. And I know you won't get these little embers anymore, but think about the value of having the Cerberus puppy right at the front of your scene doing this. You can make him super visible. Like, this is how he looks in my snap, because I have a little toy ball right outside of the frame. And I have his pet house right outside of the shot, and he just walks up and plays with the ball. Wonderfully done. Wonderfully done. Beautiful work, Wishing Star. Great job. Dreamy Dewdrop. Thank you so much for the feedback. You recommended adding the mosaic centerpiece. Bring Pegasus in. Completely forgot about him at first. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. He's great to have in there. And to bring the fireworks a little bit closer. First time actually playing around with the fireworks, so I hope it comes off well. If there's anything else that you feel could be better adjusted, I'd love to know. Thank you again. You're welcome. All right, we got the new version here. Nice. Solid job. Yeah, that mosaic tile behind you, huge difference. You know, we went from a very open space to one that's still open, but now has a lot more texture and color. It also blends really well with the dress. And then also bringing those fireworks up into the sky really elevated the beauty factor and the godly factor of this. Pegasus looks great here. You had a perfect spot for him. So yeah, very solid. Looks really good. Well done. Great color, great lighting, good magical qualities, good villager focus, wonderful details. Love the mosaic circle in the center. Yeah, you did an excellent job, my friend. Well done, Dreamy Dewdrop. Beautiful work. Amanda is next. Your suggestions were, / what I changed, feature the cloud house more prominently. Figure out what was casting the shadow on Pegasus and Phil. Try a different pose to get rid of the Edward Scissor sleeves and feature the dress better. I'm having a heart. I'm having a hard time choosing between the poses. Let me know your thoughts. Okay. So this was yesterday's. Oh, yeah, I love this house in the center. You're the only one I've seen, I think, using this house through the reviews we've done. So I think it's great to have that right in the middle of the scene. It's going to stand out really well. Yeah, this one looks good. And then we have a lightning one. Very cool. Yeah, and you've done a great job getting the puppy. Even before I talked about the little ball trick, it looks like that's what you're using. So in all of these, you got a great shot with the pup. I would say I like this one the most with the avatar pose. But one thing I would probably do with it, if you do end up using this pose, since you're not in the middle, line this door up with this statue. You probably have to move this house over a tiny bit, but if you had the statue rising up here and it connected with this triangle, it would be really good for balance. So this is the middle point, and then if we move this house over just a little bit, this will line up perfectly with the door and with the steeple or top of the building. Now, if you don't want to do all that, you could just go with the pose where you're in the middle, because, you know, we don't see that necessarily. This one covers it well. And this is also a really pretty pose. As mentioned, if you have this goose, if you turn to the left and then do goose pose number 1, this pose is absolutely magical with that dress. It's really cool. But, you know, you have to have the special geese for this pose. So if you don't have them, I would go with one of the poses you're using. I think they're both good options. So yeah, this one's really pretty. You could totally go with this one. I would just move the house over so we can line this up with the centerpiece. And if you go with this one, it won't matter because we don't really see that centerpiece. The nice thing about this one, though, is it does show that house really well, which I think could be really good for you. Beautiful work, Amanda. Well done. Bella, hi, Sabah. Your biggest advice was to move the whole scene up and maybe use more of the gold trees. I rearranged Hercules and Hades, so it looked clearer that we were both attacking him. Thank you for the advice. All right. So I think we had yesterday's. Then we have today's. Nice. Yeah, it definitely looks like you guys are both angled towards him now. And yeah, bringing the scene in is great. Now you're filling out the scene so much better. So you had a lot of space here yesterday. And we got some little companions in here. They're all kind of gathered around the food bowl. Personally, I try to hide the food bowls if they don't really play into the scene too well. But you don't have much space to hide them. I mean, you could put a food bowl maybe right behind the cornucopia. But yeah, it's definitely a good improvement from yesterday. I would try to get the fireworks a little higher in the sky. Like, they're still kind of hovering right on the tree line. And fireworks are gonna, you know, they're gonna work really well when you get them in your sky. Like, this is your target with the fireworks, is to have them like a magical sparkle to add details to that deep blue sky. But yeah, you definitely got the angling a bit better here. Because with the avatar's eyes yesterday, she's like looking down here. And this one, it looks more like she's looking towards Hades, which is what we want. All right, we got Ronald, Uncle Rod coming in. First is the OG. I did a split shot and he suggested I bring Hades closer. You mentioned my outfit was covering a lot of the scene and said to maybe try a second build for that beauty factor. So this is what I got. Thank you for the help. The puppy in the third photo looks like he is done with everyone's shit and it's such a vibe. I'm excited to see that one. All right, so we got, oh, very nice, very nice. Yeah, a bit closer with Hades. Perfect, perfect. And then we got this one. I see what you mean about the puppy. He's giving you the side eye right now. Well, with one of his heads. Really like the framing on Hades here. Hercules looks good. Phil looks good. And then we got this one. I think I like the avatar framing a bit better in this one. Also, I like that we have the puppy here. It fills out that space nicely. And we even have a little Pegasus here as well. The only downside here is the arm slightly covering Pegasus' face. If you backed up a tiny bit more, we'd see him really well. But we can still see, like, most of him, so he's fine. Another thing I would recommend with Phil being a small character, if you end up going with the split scene concept, I would put Phil right here, because this whole area is empty, and Phil could fill it up. And it would also make him more noticeable in the scene, so it's a win-win. Always view open pockets as opportunity. Opportunity for pets, opportunities for villagers, opportunities for decor or details. And even if you do add those opportunities, it doesn't always mean that it has to be furniture, you know, because you might not want to, like, clutter your photo. So that's why using villagers and other means to, like, fill some of these pockets can be really good. So yeah, if you went with the split scene, I think putting Phil maybe, like, right here. You can even keep Hercules where he is. I think Hades is in a great spot, and you got the puppy here too. You can also try the ball trick we mentioned. You can put the ball right outside of this dark side, and you can get the puppy playing at the front. That could be super cute. That's if you go with this one. Now, if you go with this one definitely has a very high beauty factor. Plays up the new light reflection really well. You got some good sparkles. You got the aurora. You could add additional details by putting the mosaic tiles under the fountains. That's going to break up a lot of this white. You're still going to get this good marble kind of pathing you have, but it's going to add some additional color and more of that, like, Greek-inspired aesthetic. So I'm referring to the Storybook Veil mosaic sets here. So in your scene, you know, you can put them, like, right under the fountains like this, or you can do it long way like this. But these would be very good because they're just going to add more texture and more color to your environment. And you'll still have that nice marbly path that you have now, because we have opportunity here. You know, this open space around the fountains has some opportunity for us. It doesn't have to be, like, you know, more plants or anything that blocks our view. We can use flat items that can go under the fountain. So I think those mosaic tiles could be very good here. So yeah, if you go with this one, I would definitely consider adding the mosaic tiles, and I would also pull Pegasus back just a little bit so we can see his face. Everything else totally perfect the way it is. And if you go with this one, I would take Phil and I would bring him up right here. And I would try the ball trick with the puppy. Solid work, solid work. Hopefully you get, you know, reasonable results this week. BT Bliss was a little unreasonable for you. Gryffindor Panda says, hi, Sebai, thank you so much for the feedback. You mentioned getting closer to my avatar and focusing on the symmetry of my scene. First is the original, second is the new. All right, so original. Yeah, we talked about getting this more lined up and more balanced and featuring the avatar a little bit more prominently. Okay, I love that you're closer, but try not to tilt your camera down like this. Keep the camera pointed straight so we can see, you know, over the build a bit. You'll see that in a lot of these scenes where the camera is more straightforward. Downward angles, like when you tilt the camera down. In rare occasions, it can be really worth doing. But you don't really have to avoid showing the sky. The sky has opportunity. Opportunity for fireworks, opportunity for, you know, all kinds of fun things up there. This is, I think, a much stronger shot than yesterday. You're featuring your villagers really well. You got Hades freaking out. Good shot of Hercules. You got the baby Pegasus. You got Phil. Everybody looks really good here. So, overall, a very solid improvement from yesterday. But I would recommend 9 times out of 10 when you're using portrait mode, don't tilt it down. Just keep it straight on the ground. Keep it straight forward. And if you can't see Phil because of that, you can just move him back a tiny bit if you need to. But if you don't have any more time to spend on this tonight and you want to be done with it, this is solid. You know, it's a much stronger snap. So really great improvements overall. Dekai. We got yesterday's. You suggested I try to even out the camera angles along the carpet area and try adding fireflies. I had a rough time working with the camera, and the animals wouldn't go back to where I had them before. Also, my character lighting broke, but I did not have time to restart. Well, if you have sunset lighting, you don't really need the character lighting as much. I did add fireflies, which I like, and change Herc to a glow. I like the way he looked in other snaps. Let me know your thoughts. Gave 3 new choices. Okay. Well, this one you have the best balance, the best framing. It's still, we still have a little bit of an ascending line here. So if the camera was just a hair more left, you would have it perfectly lined up. This one, we have a pretty strong descending line. This one, we have a pretty strong descending line. But I really like where Phil is in this one. And don't forget about the ball trick that we discussed earlier, you know, if you want to get the pets. But with the alignment I'm talking about, you'll see these lines in these pathways, like these straight lines. We want those lines to run perpendicular to the bottom of the frame. So if we turn this way, you know, now we have an ascending line here. If we turn this way, now we have a descending line going across. You'll see in a lot of my snaps, I tend to make sure everything is centered and balanced by always following that line and making it run perpendicular to the line at the bottom of the frame. But yeah, you can get a great shot of the puppy. If you put a toy ball right outside of the scene, you can get him jumping up like this. You can get an absolutely wonderful shot of this little guy. So, you know, if you want to tinker with it anymore, you can. It's a very strong snap, though. I feel like even if you leave it as it is right here, you're likely bound for 4K. So, you know, if you've put enough work into it and you want to call it a day, I think pretty much all of these are going to be very strong options. And again, the character lighting is not really necessary here. Like, when I look at this, I'm not like, oh man, it needs character lighting. The dress glows, you got great sunlight hitting the avatar. Character lighting is really important if you're in the shadows or if it's nighttime, but almost all of my sunset photos aren't even using character lighting. Like, and you know, they perform fine. Like, this was top 100, 0 character lighting, you know? That's the case with most of my sunset snaps. Like, we don't have any character lighting here or here. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. The dress is really bright and everybody looks really good. This one has the closest balance. The lines aren't quite perpendicular with the base, but this one has better villager presence, which is even more important. Like, Phil looks really good here. The puppy looks really good. The Pegasus looks really good. So I'd say this or this. These two are probably your best options. This one, you actually have Pegasus looking up at Hercules, which is great. This one, he's kind of looking down. So I'd probably go with this one. But, you know, if you have any more time to play around with it tonight, you could try the ball trick. And you can also get these lines perpendicular with the base of the frame here. Now, if you're using 2 pets, it can be kind of tricky to get both of them, you know, interacting at the same time. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm so tired. I've been on my new daily routine, and my body is still adjusting. But I got up at like 6:30 a.m. So far the past 2 days in a row. So I'm pretty proud of myself. But I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. They said, hi, Sabai. Thank you for all the help. Hopefully they fix the issues and I can get 4K with any of these 3. Oh, hopefully I fixed the issues. And I can get 4K with any of these 3. Let me know if I still need to make changes. We'll not have a lot of time, but we'll try. You told me to tone down the fireworks really hard when you want a specific puppy pose. Yeah, it's annoying when you're trying to, like, you know, do a specific thing with a companion. Timing that with fireworks can be a huge pain. Especially with the Mushu fireworks, because they don't just keep going like the others. You have to trigger them. But a great way to tone them down is just to use a few less. Move Phil closer. Make my line straight. First is the original. Number 2 is with fireworks. 1, tried the motif trick. I also used 2 different poses with the baby Pegasus. Thanks again for all your help. Okay. So, yesterday's. Well, we don't want to use this one because you got rid of your sunset lighting. So this one's very whitewashed, so that's out. The original's better. We got this one. This one's pretty solid. But for the motif trick, you know, I kind of use that combined with other elements like fireflies. I usually don't just put it by itself. And the other issue is it throws off the balance. We have a building here, we have a building here, and we have a building right in the middle. And then we have sky on the left of the building and sky on the right of the building. So just having the motif here, I don't think would be the best play here. If you're going to use the motif, I would have it in the center if you have open sky in the center, but you don't have that here, so I wouldn't really use that. I think your best option so far is probably going to be option number 3. Option number 2, you know, you had the daytime lighting, and this looks way better than that daytime lighting shot did. Even with the, you know, very heavy fireworks, it looks better. So it's really between, yeah, not this one. So it's between your original and this one. But it looks like when you got rid of the ferns, you didn't put anything in their place. So the new one feels really empty. This is what I talk about avoiding all the time in Dreamsnaps. You really want to avoid big open spaces. And again, you don't have to use plants or furniture. You can use different types of rugs, like the mosaic rugs. There's all kinds of things you can play with in this zone to make it feel more full at the base. But if we look at the bottom half of the photo...
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Yo, Bobs. Thank you, my friend. Bobs with a big 500. We are now very close to the goal. Less than 1,000 bits to go. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my friend. Greatly appreciate it. Drop some love in the chat for Bobs. Thank you. So, if we look at the bottom, like 30%, right? The only thing we have down here would be these 2 gold plants and these paths. That's it. Now, look at your competition, right? Look at the photos you're up against. Look at everything in the bottom 30% of this photo. We got this fountain, we got these flowers, we got cornucopias, we have these glowing vases, and we have these gold plants. So they have a lot more at the base of the shot. You can also use more than one of the paths if you want. Yours is kind of built for one, though. You'd have to change it up a lot. But we can look at other scenes, kind of see the same thing. Again, this one we have the big pink bush. We have the gold plants. This is actually the one they took the advice on. They put the mosaic here. So we have this round mosaic piece in the middle. And then we have the cornucopia. So, right now, out of the 3, your original is still the best. Your planets are gone. Your ferns are gone. We talked about things to use other than the ferns, but I wouldn't just delete them and go with nothing, you know? And then when you fix your angle, like yesterday, you had the descending line, so we wanted to straighten up your angle. And it looks like when you did that, you didn't adjust the planets. So now, you see how you have this one planet halfway in the scene, and then only the edge of the other one? When you make those adjustments, you need to adjust the items in your scene as well. You want your scene, you want your line work to be run perpendicular with the bottom of your shot. But you also want to make sure your balance is correct. If you're using a planet on each side, you want to make sure each planet is visible about the same amount. And you don't want to leave open spaces. So if you don't have any more time, just go with this one. If you do have time, the fireworks here are very good. Like, this is kind of where we wanted to go with the fireworks. But the planets being gone and with no items to replace the ferns, you know, these areas are just very exposed. And there's a lot of very good, very detailed builds out there. And when people are out voting and 2 snaps are really beautiful, one of the things that really plays into performance is the level of detail you put in the snap. So that's why I always view open areas as opportunities, and I want you guys to do that too. So when you have a big open area in your snap, you know, you should immediately see it as, oh, that's good, I can put stuff there, you know. But you want to be strategic, because if you put big, tall stuff, now we can't see into the background. So utilizing those open spaces to make the most of your environment. And that's also why you see snaps like, let's see if I can find the one we were looking at earlier. That's why snaps like this tend to perform so well. You see a lot of snaps like this in the 4K range. And the reason why is because it's fully detailed. It's not too busy. It's not too much. It's just fully detailed. And if you build a smaller scene, you can detail less and still have the whole photo come off very detailed. So when we look at this one, you know, the corners are filled with flowers. We have pixie dust at the base. We have flower petals around this fountain. We have the gold path. There's the bench. We have a marble fountain here, Mew statues. So if everywhere you look in this photo, there's detail. No matter where the eye goes, you can see things they've placed. There's no open space. But that doesn't hurt the photo because it's tastefully done. So I'd say this is currently your strongest. And again, you know, if you don't have any more time to work on it, just go with this one. Because this has a good shot at 4K. Sure, there's things you can do to make it more competitive. But oftentimes the easiest weeks to get 4K are update weeks. This is going to be better than most of the snaps out there. So unless you pop up against really good stuff, you'll be fine. But we always want to build our snaps under the assumption we are going to pop up against good stuff. That's just going to help you be more consistent with 4K. So yeah, just consider, you know, open areas. Always look at them as opportunities. It doesn't have to be a plant or a vase. It could be, you know, different mosaic pieces like the big Greek mosaic, the round mosaic. It could be additional companions or pets. It could be a lot of different things, but we do have some great opportunity around. We got Lisa right after Lisa. So we got this one here. I think... yeah, this is the original. This one. It's very tiny. I don't know why. Okay. So this was Lisa's original snap. Lisa, thank you for the suggestions. You told me to add foreground items, Pegasus horse, and background trees. I originally had my build in Mythopia and decided to move it back there. Thank you for letting me know what you think. Thanks. Of course, of course. Yeah, main thing we talked about was you want to be very intentional with what you show. So like these dune trees and this floating dune rock, you know, we talked about hiding those by putting some trees in the back. But, you know, another great way to do that would just be moving to a new area. So it looks like you moved back to Mythopia. So good call here. You know, Hercules sitting on the bench is nice because there's like a little workout bench here. So maybe he's taking a rest. We got Phil. You got a little Pegasus pose. We got Mount Olympus in the back. This feels a lot more intentional, which is very good. So now instead of having dune trees and floating rocks in the back, now we got Mount Olympus and this Aurora. So very good job there. Now the other thing I would recommend for you, and you can keep this in mind for, you know, this challenge and many others. Saturation. You have good lighting, but if you boosted your saturation a bit, instead of this dress appearing as yellow and the wings being yellow, they would appear gold because we'll bring out more of those warm yellow notes. And the reason that's going to be good is because this is how snaps look when you do have the sunset lighting and that increased saturation. Look at how vibrant it is. Look at how much the colors pop. And again, this doesn't mean it's my preference, but if you look at the photos that are consistently getting 4K each week, there are a ridiculous amount of photos in the 4K range that are super vibrant. They stand out better in the voting phase. They grab attention easier. So when you have that sunset lighting, and you don't have to take the saturation too high. You took this around sunset, so you already have pretty good lighting in here. So if you're taking a photo at sunset, you know, we'll just use this as an example. And we'll do a quick little pose here. We'll hit the goose. Hit the goosey pose. And, you know, this is how it looks normally with no adjustments, right? It looks pretty. As it is. We're going to hide this pet. But check out how it looks when we boost the saturation. We're going to take the saturation to 0.3. Look at how vibrant the golds are now. Look at how warm the grass is. The yellow trees in the back pop more. The fire pops more. The blue of the water stands out more. The blue of the dress stands out more. And this just allows it to perform even stronger in the voting phase. So whenever, once I boost saturation, once I go back to no saturation, the picture almost feels dry. It almost feels like it's missing something. I've gotten so used to utilizing the boosted saturation. One thing I would try to get used to doing with every Dreamsnap is once you have everything set up, before you snap your photo, always go through your settings. There's some great things you can play with here. I would say, in my opinion, the most important slider is saturation. It's very nice. It allows your photo to really stand out in a crowd. It makes, you don't want to take it too far. If you take saturation all the way up, now everything feels red. Her skin feels red. The grass feels red. It doesn't feel yellow or orange anymore. It's too much. So, with saturation, if it's already a sunset time of day, it's already going to have good saturation, so you don't need to go up by much. I usually just go up to like 0.3. If it's midday, like this, then now it's really whitewashed. So for midday scenes, I usually kick it all the way up to like 0.6. That way we get a lot of deep blue in the sky. We get, we remove that like whitewashing of color. But 0.6 is a bit too much for sunset. So 0.3 for sunset, 0.6 for midday. And this even applies to things like the moon setting too. So if you have a moon scene, that actually looks really sick, I'm not going to lie. So you'll notice the light in the back is like a really light blue, almost like a whitish blue. And the yellow on the planets is very pale. But look at what happens when we boost the saturation a bit. Now the moonlight is this beautiful deep blue. And it's emphasizing the blue throughout the rest of the build as well from that moonlight. Man, the laurel looks really good at night. Holy crap. That's cool. Okay. But yeah. Overall, very solid changes. I think you did a great job with the avatar. I think like a red lip would look good here too. I wouldn't go yellow on the lip. It just would look a little odd. But red lip almost always looks good. Even if it's a dark red. Dark red might balance well with all the yellow and gold. But yeah, my biggest recommendation here would be to kick up the saturation a little bit. Make this very vivid. Get those colors really standing out. That way you're going to pop even more in that voting phase. All right, Becca is next. So we had yesterday's. And we talked about opening this up to get some more of those beautiful pink trees in the back. All right, very nice. Hey, thank you, Powerpuff, thank you. Powerpuff coming in with the big 245. Let's go. Thank you, my friend. Y'all drop some love for Powerpuff. What a queen, what a queen. Getting very close to the daily goal. Greatly appreciate it. Well, you definitely got much better shots of the Pegasus puppy today, or the Cerberus puppy today. Very good, very good. Now, the one with Pegasus so close, we already got a lot of light bouncing off that rooftop, so I think it's better with him a little further back. I think this one's the best, because the Cerberus puppy is in a great spot. You got Phil kind of dancing here. Now, I don't know if you have the Aurora, but that could look really pretty in the back. And also, the Mickey Cloud's really big. If you want it to be a little bit smaller when it's passing through, switch to sunny weather, and it'll shrink the Mickey Cloud. you might think you're already on sunny weather, but it can change even if you already set the camera up with the sunny time of day. If it becomes cloudy while your camera's open, the Mickey cloud will get really big, like it is here. And by... Let me explain. So right now I have it set to sunny. But let's say the weather changed in-game to cloudy. It would still have sunny highlighted, but there will be way more clouds. So cloudy, you'll see this cloud is going to grow a lot, and this cloud's going to grow a lot. And that can happen even when you're on the sunny weather. So you might already have sunny selected, but if the weather toggles over while you're on this setting, you'll still get the big clouds. So you might have to turn it off and turn it back on. Because you do have a great Mickey cloud here. If it was a little smaller, it would fit perfectly into this little window you created. But yeah, great shot of the puppy, great shot of Phil. Good angle for the Meg dress. If you have the mosaic round rug, that could look really good here. We actually recommended that to another player that had a round spot just like that. It might have been a little bit bigger. It was here. So this was their original. See how they have this big round circle? And we don't have anything in the middle. So we talked about using this. These mosaic pieces are going to work really good with the Greek builds. And that should fit right in the middle there. It might not, it's pretty tight squeeze. And the grid on this game can be kind of wonky, so it might not fit in there. But if it does, it could be really cool. Caitlin, you suggested adding Phil and filling in the sky on the right side. Hope this is better. Thank you for your time. All right. So we got this one here. Yeah, much better. And really good saturation here. This is a huge improvement. Very, very solid work, Caitlin. So, yesterday's snap, had a lot of strengths. You got a very beautiful avatar. You got some good light coming down. Hercules looks good. But the challenge did mention mythical creatures. So, not having a, mythical creature like a satyr or, a little Pegasus.
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Yo, Bob's with the 5 as well is going to make it harder to compete with those that do. And then the other thing is color. We've been talking about the saturation. This one, you got great saturation. Look at how you've gone from like a pale yellow to like a straight up gold. This is beautiful. Bob's, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Sorry, I'm getting so tired, you guys. I'm fighting my eepiness right now. 58-14. Let's go. Thank you. Less than 200 bits away. Looks like goal number 186 is in the bag. Thank you again. But yeah, the gold notes are very prominent today. And not only did you bring in Phil, you also brought in Pegasus. So now you went from having no mythical creatures to having 2 mythical creatures. My only other minor recommendation, and if you don't want to work on this, you don't have to. This is very strong the way it is now. Hey, thank you.
Becca here. Thank you again for the review of the advice.
Becca, thank you. You're very welcome, my friend, and thank you for knocking out the remainder of today's goal. Let's go! Another new record. 63-14 on the board now. Officially, another new record here on the channel. Our previous goal streak was 113 goals in a row. As of today, we're on 186 consecutive goals in a row. Pretty insane if you stop thinking about it. I mean, with me streaming 5 days a week, that's almost like a... I mean, I feel like we're getting pretty close to like a year of not missing a goal. That's wild. Thank you, guys. I greatly appreciate it. So yeah, very, very good job here, Caitlin. I did have one minor recommendation, but I want you to know you don't have to do anything else to this. I think this is such a massive improvement from yesterday. You've nailed the theme more. You've really nailed the lighting and the color a lot better here. This is definitely the direction you want to move in. The only things I could see to make this even more competitive, two little things. You can clean up the grass. Now, if you do have paving there and the grass is still showing up, it's an annoying bug. Essentially, it's a clipping issue where the only way to fix it is to the item that's pushing your camera. You either have to move it back one space or forward one space, and it'll fix this. But you want to be very aware of that when you build your snap. Now, if that bug isn't happening and this isn't paved, you can just pave this area, and it'll get rid of the grass here and make this feel more like a little plaza. But this new pathway does look really good. And I wouldn't, the grass wouldn't be so bad if Gameloft didn't make it look so sad. Like it has no shadow, no texture. It's just like these two-dimensional motif pieces. Like they don't look real. They can look good far away, but up close, I try to hide them all the time. The other thing I would consider would be the eyebrows. If you look at most of, it all comes down to playing up the beauty of the avatar. If you look at most players, they have very well-trimmed brows. It's just like how people are very intentional with how they do their eyes and their eyeshadow. I tend to avoid the bushy caterpillars for the avatar. I mean, if you really like the thicker eyebrows, you're welcome to use them. And again, if you don't want to have to do everything all over again just to change the eyebrows, don't worry about it. This is a very, very small thing. It's not something you really have to worry about much. But it all comes back to my advice about, and how we talk about how beauty tends to perform very well in Dreamsnaps. And that's not just the beauty of your scene, but the beauty factor behind the avatar as well. Jordan's always getting on me about my eyebrows getting too bushy. So even I have to, trim them. So I'd be wary of, these super thick eyebrows. Because the hair is styled, so cool. You would think that they would also touch up the brows a little. And again, I don't think it's something you really got to worry about this week. I just think you'll have an even more beautiful goddess on your hands with the slightly trimmed brows. But yeah, huge improvements here. Absolutely beautiful. Like I said, not only are you doing the theme better, but you've really nailed the lighting and the color here. And you did a great job filling out this space too, because, like we mentioned, you want your dream snaps to come off as movie scenes, not movie sets. So when you build it, if we can see straight through it into emptiness, it doesn't feel as genuine. But if you include details in these openings, like the stadium set, now it really feels like we're looking at a movie scene. Everything is in place. Very good, very good. Super solid work. Well done, Caitlin, well done. Claudia. I said, hello, Senpai. Thank you for your review yesterday. I really appreciate it. And very nice stream. I can relate so much because I also have ADHD. Yeah, it's a struggle. It's a struggle. I made 2 new snaps yesterday. The first one is almost the same as the original snap, but the pose is a little different, and I added pink eyebrows. The Good Puppy Companion and Mickey Cloud also happen to appear in the shot. Nice. The second one has Hades in it instead of the horses to help balance the shot, like you recommended. I'm very torn between the two and don't know which one to pick. Yeah, that's I think the hardest thing with Dreamsnaps is choosing your favorite. Do you think these 2 new versions are better than the original? I would love to hear your thoughts. Thank you again. All right, so we have our original here, which, again, very beautiful snap, gorgeous scene. And then we have this one here. And the Mickey Cloud here. And then we have our final option with Hades. Oh, I love the Phil and Hades interaction. That's super fun. You know what I like about this one with Hades in it? It just this feels like a movie poster for like a Hercules spin-off. Like with everybody featured kind of in a line at the front of the scene with like how magical it is. It just feels like I'm looking at a promo poster for a new Hercules movie coming out. Like the whole cast is here. And there's only one opening here, and you have the gold planet there, and then Phil down here. The other thing I really like about the new one is, in these ones, with Pegasus having so much white, and, you know, with this source having so much white, bringing in those darker colors it does kind of help the things in the environment around Hades pop really well. But yeah, the silhouette behind the avatar, very strong here. I mean, really, I think you'll likely get 4K with any of these options. The Mickey Cloud here is cool, but it's mostly hidden, so I don't think it's going to have too much of a role in how you perform. Though I do like where Hercules is here. He's like a little closer. And yeah, Pegasus is a little closer too. My personal favorite would be this one, mostly because of that movie poster feel. I just think people that are fans of Hercules will likely really enjoy this scene because everything we see here is tied into that Greek mythology aspect. And, you know, everything except for this little companion here is every other character is directly pulled from Hercules, you know, except for the avatar and the companion here. But yeah, the petals floating in the air, the mix of colors, color diversity is really good for Dreamsnaps. So the fact that you got like these pinks, these greens, these reds, these golds, you know, we have such a good blend of colors here. That's also another reason why I really like Hades, because he adds some blue in. You know, we get a little bit less white. But I feel like, you know, regardless of which one you pick, you're probably 4K bound with any of these, honestly. They're all really good. Though I might be biased because I was the one that recommended putting Hades in it, but I really like Hades on the left-hand side. I think it's super fun. Pick whichever one speaks to your heart. They're all very good. K-Bear. We got yesterday's scene. Added Hercules, Cerberus, and my pink Pegasus. Did not have time to grind the one on the star path. And was also able to change the outfit that had the more razzle-dazzle. Okay. Well, unfortunately, you know, one of my big recommendations to you, K-Bear, was to consider the sunset time of day. You know, look at the colors here. This is a combination of two things. This is the sunset time of day, plus, if I had to guess, probably a 0.2 to 0.3 saturation. And you'll see that, you know, this one, sunset time of day, boosted saturation. You'll see this quite a lot. Sunset time of day, slightly boosted saturation. Look at how good the colors look. One of my biggest recommendations to you was to utilize that sunset time of day. And then we talked about adding more detail into your environment, but that doesn't necessarily just mean like add more of the items you already have. Like you added more bushes. There's a lot of good items you can use. Item diversity is really important. So when it comes to, you know, building a scene, there's all kinds of good items you can put in. Like, you can put in different types of bushes. You have the cornucopia. You might not have that yet, but there's a lot of good Scrooge shop stuff. There's the Muse statues. I think you have those. There's all the realm rewards, which are all these different, like the bust and the little pillars with the soldiers. There's tons of Scrooge items like the couch and the fountains. You know, you want to make the most of the space, but I think there's definitely better things that we can do than the bushes. So you're using the same bushes kind of throughout the build, and then at the bottom you have 1, 2, 3, 4 cornucopias down here, and then 1 cornucopia here. And again, my biggest advice was for you to try the sunset lighting. So if you want to get the best value out of these reviews, and if you want to get a secondary review, I highly encourage you to apply the advice I'm giving, even if you don't want to use it. That way you can see it and you can compare it and you know for next time. But the goal of these Snap reviews is to help you learn and grow to where you can get to a point to where you're very consistently getting 4K. Like, most of the times you submit, you're getting 4K. But in order for you to reach that point, I want you to hear what I'm trying to encourage you to do, and I want to see you try it. You know, that's going to show me that you're picking up what I'm putting down. But yeah, that was my biggest piece of advice was, and I even spent a lot of time on this Snap and showcased, you know, the sun behind the camera, and I talked about how having the sunset time of day might not work here because you might be in shadow, and if that's the case, you can use group select to move things very easily now. You know, we talked a lot about that, so I'm kind of bummed out that, you know, you left out my biggest piece of advice. My other piece of advice was on filling out your space. But just copy-pasting things you already have is not really, you know, the direction I was recommending there. I am glad to see that you added Hercules in. Like, that's good. I think the new pose is better because you have a companion, which the challenge mentioned. And he also brought in Cerberus, which is great. So I'd say this is definitely better. But since you're not using the sunset time of day, I highly encourage you to retake this with boosted saturation. 0.4 to 0.6 for sure. It's going to make this much more competitive. But, you know, if you pop up against snaps like this that are doing these things I'm trying to encourage you to do, snaps that are using the sunset time of day, and they are using saturation, it is going to be very hard for you to compete with them if you're not willing to give that a try. I would love to see you try on the lighting. It's the biggest thing that holds people back from 4K is how they light the photos. So I really encourage you to try it. Now, this week, with it being update week, should be an easier week to get 4K. There's the star path. A lot of people submit. More submissions, more players, more voters. So you got a good shot at 4K with this, I think. But hopefully on your next time doing a daytime submission, you'll give Sunset a try. And I hope for future reviews that you try to apply everything we're discussing. Even if you're going to stick with the original. That's kind of the purpose of the re-reviews. That way we can compare. You know, at least I can show you, like, you see how this looks with this type of lighting versus this type of lighting. You might still like the regular lighting more. But I want to at least have us both be able to see it and compare it, and then now you have more knowledge for future snaps. The other thing is, if you're going to build a really, you know, if you're not going to add details to an area like this, like you were talking about, you know, you don't have some of the star path items, if that's the case, why build such a big space? If you're limited on what you have to decorate with, just bring some of the buildings closer next time. A great example of this would be this snap here. Look at how beautiful this is. Sunset time of day, great saturation, and they're not building out an entire biome. They're building a small pocket. They put the new gazebos pretty much right behind them. They put plants around those, and they put marble decor in the environment. This person decorated a space that's 10% of the size of the space you decorated. Yet because of that, their snap is more diverse, it's more full, it's more detailed. Try to avoid making your snap this humongous space if you don't really have the items to fill it out, or if you don't feel like doing all that work to fill it out. Because trying to fill it out by copy pasting the same items, it'll help you beat, your everyday snaps, but getting in 4K, that's another story, There's just a lot of really good snaps out there you got to contend with. Like this, Look at all the details in the build. Look at the sunset lighting, look at the saturation, look at how diverse the environment is, look at how detailed it is. We know this works because we see it. We see it week after week after week after week. Now, we do see snaps like this in 4K as well, but they are few and far between compared to these types of snaps. Snaps where there's details throughout the environment. There's really good lighting. There's really good color. This is what you primarily see in 4K. So these can get in there, but it's a lot tougher. Similarly is next. So we got option 1. Hello, thank you for the review. First image is the old one. Oh, hi, Hordy. Added companions, replace the blue trees, add Pegasus. I couldn't position them correctly. I also changed my outfit. Hi, buddy. You getting good? Just begging?
You wanted to come say hi.
All right. So I think this is the new one. Yeah, foreground's a lot better. Good shot of the Cerberus puppy. Yeah, much better here, similarly. Much better. I love the change of the trees. Like we were saying, this like green and the pink on this house is going to pair very good with more green. And it definitely does. Balances well with the orange and yellows on this side. And we got Phil, we got the Cerberus puppy. I still think Hercules or Phil would be really, or Pegasus would be really nice to have on this side. When you say you couldn't position him correctly, one thing that could work for you, you don't need the entire horse in the shot. So let's look at this scene as an example. So we can see my scene starts with this wall piece right here. I can look at that and I know, okay, my scene starts right here. And in your scene, you don't have a giant fountain right here. So since we know my scene starts here when I'm in camera mode, I don't have to have the entire horse in the shot, and neither do you. You can literally add Pegasus to your scene by just sticking the front of him into the edge. We'll check this in the camera, but this is not too difficult to like set up. Yeah, we're probably going to adjust him a little bit more. I don't think he's going to be in there. Hi, Horty. Yep, you're just going to walk on through. Yeah, he's going to be a little bit further up. But yeah, you can just have the edge of them come in to your shot, and now you have them in there. Hey, why are you drinking that? So, if we look... You can have his head, like, right here. What you got there? Raspberry sherbet. That's pretty good. But if you don't add Pegasus, I would probably add Hercules. Scuttle first is the original. You suggested getting more of the color back in the sky. I struggled to replicate the golden glow while using the transition shot to keep the color. The light bloom is the same as the original. I think the transition is adding a haze to the sun. But I'm happy with the final shots. I went with the second headpiece for the redos because the clipping on the first was annoying me. This challenge taught me a lot about the sliders. Glad I fought through the burnout. Thanks for the help. Of course, of course. Very nice, very nice. Also very good. Yeah, all of these are really good. So we have the original. And now we have that same gorgeous kind of lighting we have, but we got some color in the sky and some color of that aurora too. Probably not the last one. The cloud just kind of interrupts that beautiful silhouette you have there. So I'd either go with this one or this one. Probably this one. Because in this one, I don't think we see like really any clouds. There's like one right here, but most of them are kind of cleared up. One other fun thing you can consider when using the sun. You don't have to worry about this week, but I really like doing this for sunset shots. When you have the sun setting in your scene... Oh, never mind. You were using light bloom. You got it turned up. Yeah, it's going to glow more. I was going to talk about getting the sun crisp, but I just remembered you said you turned up your light bloom for the wings and such. Yeah, out of your options here... Yeah, I think this is the one. The wings look really good. Makeup looks great. You got some good color in the sky. Good shot of little Cerberus. Good shot of Phil. Good shot of Herc. Good shot of Pegasus. We even got Hades lurking in the back. Very nice. Then we got Messy Mother Crafter. Before and after, I was advised to use gold lily pads or fountains if I didn't have the gold lily pads. I also unlocked the pink Pegasus, so I used her and let baby Pegasus roam free. I'm leaning more towards baby Pegasus, being farther away than close up, but let me know your opinions. Thanks for all the help. I can definitely tell the difference in my snap quality already after 1 week. Dang, let's go. Well, thank you, Messy. Thank you. I'm very happy you've been satisfied with the work we do over here. Oh, yeah. Okay. Very nice. And we got this one. Okay. So you have this one where he's further away. I think you said you prefer that one. Then we have this one where he's a bit closer. So the tricky thing with him further away is a lot of people vote on small screens and a lot of people vote fast. When it comes to small companions like this, it's almost always better to have them closer, just because if it is a fast voter, they're not going to examine the photo too closely. They're just going to look at the two and say which one's prettier, and they're going to go with that one. So if you feature the companion more, there's a higher chance they'll notice it and they'll give you credit on that. You know, they'll be like, oh, okay, they actually used a couple of Pegasus. So I definitely think there's a benefit to playing the pets close to the frame when possible. And that's why in my scene, you know, I went out of my way to put a little ball toy right out of the frame so I could get the puppy right at the front playing the good puppy. But yeah, I really like the changes in the background. You know, the water is a fun concept, but if we don't have items to put in it, it's just kind of an open area. Whereas with the fountains, now we have running water kind of falling down. We get these fun textures from the base of the fountains. We get these bronze Pegasus statues on top. So we get these really fun details. And the other thing is, keep in mind, just like with the baby Pegasus, you know, Phil is a small companion. In a lot of my Dream Snaps that use small companions, I often play them very close to the frame. They don't have to be like right up on it, but, you know, for this one, for architectural statement, I was playing up Eastern architecture, and I really wanted to use Mushu. So he's right here at the front because he's so thin and tiny. If I put him back here or back here, it's just going to be so easy to miss him. So I put him right there. Then, you know, we have another dragon right at the front. So my two smallest, you know, characters are going to be right at the front. And then my larger characters like Mulan and Khan can be a bit further back. You don't have to set it up that way. It's just, you know, it's helpful with companions because a lot of times they can go unnoticed. And a lot of people, you know, spend a lot of extra time and work getting a bunch of companions in their scene. And with all that effort, if they're not playing a prominent role in the shot, it's oftentimes more work than it's worth. But yeah, really you can go with either one of these. I do think the baby Pegasus here is good though. Alrighty. So I think that's every secondary review that uploaded before the deadline. And every primary review that uploaded before the deadline. So I do have a couple more that uploaded after the deadline. And just be aware, you know, we were actually going to lock the channels before the stream this week. I just didn't have a chance to do it. I found out Ashley didn't have the Discord access to do that. So starting next week, guys, on Mondays and Tuesdays, when it hits 3 o'clock, the channels will be locked throughout the stream. So you will not be able to upload. The reason I'm going to do this is because I really want to get away from always having to bring up the deadline. Because, like, you know, I talk about it a lot, but I still get a lot of uploads during the stream. So if you like participating in the reviews, I know life is busy. It can be time consuming, and sometimes you won't be able to make that deadline, but don't worry. You have until 3 p.m. on Monday to upload for Monday reviews. And then the final deadline for all reviews, secondary and primary, is 3 p.m. on Tuesday. Now, if life gets really crazy and you miss that deadline, just let me know. You know, because we're going to be locking the channel, but that doesn't mean you won't be able to still submit. You'll just have to talk to me about it, and then we'll see where we are, and then maybe I can squeeze you in. But I want us to get away from uploading during the stream. So next week we'll probably be going in that direction. Now there's a few primary reviews. Nursey missed the deadline by a little bit, and I think we have Bob's and DVS. Let's see, when did you guys upload? Well, DVS uploaded at 6:20. Bob's at 6. Nursey at 4:30. We'll take a look at Nursey's. Oh, very cool. Really good balance here. I like the pose. I like that you're not quite centered. You got a space for you and Hercules, and Phil in the center highlights Phil really well. Very good foreground presence with the vase. Love these on the sides. And the blue Hades flames are really nice here too. The rushing wind looks good. This is very likely for 4K. Very detailed, very well thought out snap, very balanced. My only recommendation to increase the competitiveness of this, I know not everybody's a huge fan of the additional saturation, but it does tend to perform very well, and it helps you stand out even better in the voting phase. Now, you don't have to go crazy with it. You are using the sunset time of day. So I think if you boosted the saturation to like 0.2 or 0.3, it's going to really bring out these gold notes in the buildings. And it's going to bring out these lush greens. It's going to bring out the pink of the outfit, the gold of the dress, and even the vases on the side. So overall, Nursey, very solid work here. Very good job. Very well-structured scene. My only other small recommendation would be to try to get your balance a little bit more. So you see how the Phil statue on the left, how it connects, but the Phil statue on the right has a bit of a gap? If you panned a little bit more, you can get those perfectly balanced on each side with the same amount of space on each side. This is something I try to do with a whole lot of my snaps. So, especially if it's like, you know, a very balanced or symmetrical build. I'd have to find a symmetrical build to really showcase this. Yeah, here we go. This is one. We have the same scissors on each side, and you'll notice that the amount of space between each scissor is identical. The amount of space between each building at the top left and top right are identical. Voters love balance. They love a well-balanced snap. Now yours, Nursey, is very well-balanced. There's just the tiniest bit of room to make it even more balanced. But yeah, very solid, very solid. Great job. Now we had Bob's. Junia, thank you for the resub. Busy week, but working on this while watching. Nice, nice. Coming along well so far. I like that you got the gold planet, like, on the table. That's pretty cool. Got these up. I haven't seen too many people use these in the top foreground. Good positioning for the house in the back. I have mine, like, a little bit further back, so the wingtip touches the top. But this is good spacing. Oh, you know what? I'm surprised I didn't see, like, I know it's not a mythological companion, but doing an arena with tigers actually would have been pretty sick, as long as you included Phil and, like, Pegasus still. But I think that's actually pretty fun. I did see one with Scar, you know, like a lion in an arena. I thought that was fun. The planets up here are cool, but my only question is, will it be worth the trade-off of the empty platform? Because these little platforms can be super fun. Yeah, good showcase of Phil. You can move him even closer, or, Bobs, you can... I don't know if you have this... Oh, you probably have the Cerberus puppy because you have the new house. You probably got the bundle. You can use the ball trick I talked about. If you put the ball down here, you have a nice spot for the Cerberus to jump around at the bottom of the scene. This could be really good because you got an open spot here. And who knows, maybe you'll get like the tiger doing the same thing on the other side. That could be super cute. Great lighting though, good saturation. The Aurora could play really nicely here. Fireflies could play really nicely here, especially with these gold notes in the scene. I like the way you did the floor as well. Like instead of going with paving, we just have a lot of the new path pieces. Looks good. Whenever you get to your final product, balance, I would say we got a little bit of a descending line here. So we can see the path descending downward here. So if you turn a little more left, you'll get all those lines flush. And we'll have about the same amount of stadium on the left as we do on the right. But yeah, main key points on this one I think would be balancing it out, fluffing up the foreground. Companion could be great for that right here. Fun details in the sky, Aurora, fireflies. Not a whole lot of space to work with the stadium environment, so there's not too much we can do with the mid-ground here. And we can't really add mosaic since you are using the path pieces here. So I think that's really all I can offer on this one would be, you know, playing up the sky could be really fun. Getting the balance perfectly even. And bringing in that little Cerberus right here by putting the ball slightly out of the frame. Just make sure there's nothing around the companion house and make sure that he can easily get into the scene. If you put a food bowl behind you and the ball here, you know, he'll go to the food bowl and eat, then he'll go to the ball, and hopefully you can get him playing with the ball while he's facing the camera. But that's why I have the food bowl and the ball, because they'll go to the food bowl. Otherwise, they'll play with the ball right when they leave the house, and then they're facing into the scene, so you don't get their little face. DVS Brett. Medusa scene. We got some good statues around. I've seen some really good Medusa builds. This one's pretty fun. I do think bringing the trees out all the way to the edge would be nice here. I'll just bring them all the way down just to seal off, because the trees kind of just cut off right here. I would just keep them going and keep mixing yellows and greens because it plays up your outfit really well. It's a cool snap. Should do well. There's just some Medusa builds where the scene feels more built for Medusa. You have built this for Medusa in some ways, like using the statues, right? Like people turn to stone. But a lot of the Medusa scenes I saw, they had built like a Medusa's lair. And they used like a lot of this new stuff, and they used a lot of statues. But with this being like out front of Hercules' house, you know, it's like kind of a Hercules build plus Medusa build. So still good though. I think if I were to do a Medusa build, a great way to make it very competitive would be to do some storytelling. One that I saw yesterday that was really cool, DVS, was they used the new stone Hercules decor. And they had Phil screaming in rage at this statue of Hercules. And at the front of the scene was the Medusa smirking. So they told a story with Medusa. And that's a great way to be competitive for 4K. Hey, thank you, my friend, thank you. I don't know why that didn't pop up in my streaming software, so I gotta go to Twitch to see what you just did. Oh, I see a resub 7 minutes ago. Oh, it's Bob's. Thank you, Bob's. Oh, Fluffy's being a pain. You have both of those? Oh, wait. Not the ball. I see it now. I have the bowl and the windmill thing. Oh, you can craft the ball. Let me show you. Let me show you. He'll play with the windmill, too. I like the ball because it's shorter than the windmill, so it won't be invasive in your scene. If you weren't... I think you were here earlier when I showed how to do it. So... we have the bowl behind me, and then we have these two balls here. So they'll go to the ball, and then they'll... my goose is in the way. But yeah, we got the Pegasus doing it right now. So he's playing with the ball, and he flew up. The puppy will do the same. And if you don't have the ball, you should be able to craft it, I believe. Give me 1 second. Oh boy, we get Dreamsnap results tomorrow. We're just going to search companion. Here it is. Pixar companion ball. That's it. It takes bellflowers, yellow daisies, and blue hydrangeas. Yo, Panda, thank you, thank you. So yeah, if you need the ball, you can craft this little guy. So, yeah, I do one food dish and the ball works pretty good. I was surprised with how, easy and quick it was this morning when I was finalizing my snap. I was going to finalize it yesterday, but both Phil and Hercules kept being at home at the same time. And I still haven't been free while Phil, Hercules, and Hades were available, which has been kind of stupid. Because I was going to have Hades in my snap too, but I guess I'm too tired to do anything else with it. And I am happy with it. It should get 4K. I should be fine. Okay. So yeah, not really something I would worry about this week, DVS. Like I wouldn't worry about doing a whole bunch of storytelling because you've already built your scene. But I would consider that with most themes. Especially if you're doing something like Medusa. There's some really cool stuff you can do. Like you can have Hades laughing in the background, Phil screaming at a stone Hercules, and you at the front just looking menacing, There's some really fun ways to play it up. But I wouldn't worry about doing all that on a Tuesday. This looks good, and this has a shot at 4K for sure. Alright, I think I got everybody's primary reviews. Now, all we have left, I believe, was a couple of secondaries that came in after the stream started. Just keep in mind, guys, you won't be able to do this next week. So if you want to review next week, I always do them, like when you guys submit, I always still do them, which I think is why I should just lock it, because I don't have the heart to say no. If you submit your snap after the deadline, I just don't have it in me to tell you no. I just don't. So like, even though I'm so tired and I'm ready to take a shower and go to bed, I'm just going to keep reviewing the snaps if they keep coming in. Which is why I think it's a good idea to lock the channel. I don't have the heart to tell you guys no. You guys are too sweet to me. Okay, so this was Demigods yesterday. I know it's late, so only if there's time, but I think this might be the best shot so far. I want to know your thoughts if possible. Okay. Yeah, looking good so far, Demigod. This is definitely a big improvement. Like on angle, everything you're using makes more sense. Now, there are some other things I would recommend here. For one, the mud path. mud isn't really going to make sense with all this fine marble and this gold. Now, you might not have the resources for this, but if you do, you could always use, you know, this gold and opal road. Now, you might not be using this because maybe you don't have a bunch of gold and you can't craft all this. If that's the case, that's okay. You know, but rather than using mud, I just wouldn't even, at that point, I probably wouldn't even use path. I would probably just use the natural grass of the environment, but I would definitely recommend straying away from mud. Now, if you're trying to make a training area, then what would look better, what would go better with the gold and white would be the sun-baked path. It's still like a ground, you know, like a stadium ground kind of vibe, but it doesn't have that harsh, like dark brown color that's going to suck the life out of your photo. Remember, when it comes to getting 4K, you got to compete with really beautiful snaps. So whenever you build your dream snap, you want to prioritize beauty. Now, right now, this doesn't look very good, but once we get the sunlight on it, it'll look a lot better. But it's a better option than the mud path. So this is the sun-baked clay. Now, at nighttime, it looks pretty rough, but if we go back a couple hours, and of course, I put it in the shade. Okay, all right, okay. Well, we're just going to bring it up here. We're just going to bring it up here. There we go. Yeah, so it's a bit lighter than that really dark brown. But yeah, if you happen to have the gold and opal road or the gold road, if there's any way you can use that instead, I highly recommend it. This path right here, or gold brick, or golden opal, or gem and opal, all of those are going to work really well. And to give you an idea of that, you know, if we look through, I can click on any snap. There's the gold. There it is here. There it is here. Here it is. I'm just clicking random snaps and we keep seeing it. So considering we're seeing this path so much, it kind of shows you that people feel this path is very appropriate for this kind of decor. You know, it's not like everybody all got together and said, you know, whispered to each other, hey, let's all use this path. No. People looked at the path available and they said, this really works well with these items. That's why they're using it. So the mud doesn't really work well with this path or the sundial or Hercules' house. So yeah, I would do the golden opal. And if you don't have the resources for it, then, you know, you can always just use the grass. I mean, that might be rough, but, and you also want to build for like what you have. You want to build your scene based on what's available to you. So what I mean by that is if you don't have the right kind of pathing to make like a scene with all these like beautiful marble items, you could do a very nature inspired kind of build like this. You have these gazebos. You can put those right behind you. You surround the environment with beautiful bushes and trees. Most of this is landscaping. And then you put the new path pieces down, and now you're, and also keep in mind, Demigod, you don't need to make your Dreamsnap environment this big. This is huge. This is giving you so much extra work when you can get 4K so much easier if you just decorate a small space. You just need to fill up the entire frame. You need to fill up the entire photo. So notice how everywhere we look in this photo, no matter where our eyes go, it's detailed. The whole thing is full. But also notice that the space we can see in this photo is 10% of the space you're showing. So this player is very likely going to get 4K for this scene. And they only decorated a small pocket. While as for you, you have this huge area. And this could take you quite a while to fill out if you're going in this direction, you know, with like the mud. Like, what are you going to put in these spaces? What are you going to put in these environments? I love the sundial. I think that's great. But what if instead of building it the way you are right now, like something you can do, because I know you don't have the fountains. For one, I would get the house right in the middle. I wouldn't have it to the left. You want the house as the centerpiece, right? That's what we talked about yesterday. So for it to be a centerpiece, it needs to be in the center. So you want that lined up perfectly with the item pushing your camera. So you want the house right behind you. And then have the path come down to you from the house. And then you can put a sundial on the left. You can put a sundial on the right. And then you don't have to pave. You can just keep the open grass and you can add beautiful trees. You can have a gazebo here. You can have a gazebo here. You can have a gazebo on each side. You can even bring the gazebos up. The fact that you have these gazebos and these items, like, you have some of the best stuff in the game for this challenge. A lot of people couldn't afford this bundle. So, you know, the fact that you have these is huge. You could have Hercules' house in the middle. Then you can have a gazebo closer to us on the left and closer to us on the right. Then in the foreground or right behind you, you can have a sundial here and a sundial here. And then you have a path going right up the middle leading to the house. Very easy build. Would only take you a few minutes. But this isn't going to give you much beauty factor like all this mud. That's why you don't see it. You know, that's why you're not seeing a bunch of mud path in any of these other snaps. They're all playing up these elegant, godly types of builds. Just be mindful of that. Be mindful of that, because that's your competition. That's what you're up against. I think we had one more. It was Ashy Poo. Oh, yeah. This was Ashy Poo's shot yesterday. We talked about not being afraid, or not necessarily afraid, but we talked about, because they mentioned that they wanted to do something different because so many people were going in the Greek mythology inspired direction. And I see that a lot with Dreamsnap challenges, but oftentimes people tend to shoot themselves in the foot with that idea. You don't have to lean away from what everybody's doing to be different. There's a lot of ways to be different when you approach that style. And the tricky thing is also considering when a new update comes out, voters do love seeing the new items, they love seeing the new characters, and they love seeing new approaches with these kind of concepts. So we talked about how, you know, it's good to want to be different, it's good to want to stand out, but it doesn't mean you have to avoid what's popular. Because embracing what's popular among voters is actually oftentimes the safer outcome. Now, you don't have to do it. Sometimes you just want to do something different, by all means. As long as you understand that embracing what is popular is often going to allow you to resonate with voters even stronger. Because if they're all submitting these Greek-inspired snaps, they clearly like them. You know, they clearly like these new items. They're clearly excited to see what builds look like with them. So, could be great to do. And we did talk about ways to change this, but it looks like now you're embracing some pretty fun concepts here. Now, this is what it's all about. This is so cool. You know, I'm so proud of you. Look at how different this is. You really took to heart what I was saying. This is cool. You know, we were talking about how you can still showcase the new characters and you can showcase new items and you can be super different. And that this is a great example. This is exactly what I was saying. I don't think I've seen any snaps quite like this. Very good Underworld snap. I've seen some split scenes where it's like we have Underworld on one side and something else on the other. But this is really cool. I think you did a very, very great job with, you know, kind of playing up what we talked about yesterday, which is embracing the trend and still being just as different as you want to be. So, really good job. Great shot of Hades. Great shot of Herc here. You got some mythical creatures in the mix. I would add Phil if he's available. You might not have him here because maybe he was in a restaurant or something, but if you can have him next to Hercules or maybe even yelling at, you know, being angry at Hades could be super fun. I would also be mindful of your pose. There's some fun things you can do. You can pose with an hourglass to have like a staff. You know, there's all kinds of fun things you can do to like really play this up. So brainstorm on some really fun and unique ways to play with this concept and how you use your avatar. Voters love a snap that tells a story. And if they can tell you put extra time and thought into your pose, whether it makes you look more beautiful or if it plays with the environment more, they're going to appreciate that extra effort. And now it looks like you also have what would be more of the trending safe option here. And this is very beautiful as well. Good buildings. You know, we have the Hercules house. We have new entryways. We have some of the gold plants. We have the gateway here. And then this one features a Pegasus. It features Hercules. It features the actual Pegasus. Features Hades. In this one, if you went in this direction, you have a little bit of opportunity here. Sunshine, thank you. 9 months, let's go. So you have Pegasus on this side, and this side is kind of open, but you do have the perfect spot right here for fill, so you can always drop fill into it if you wanted. I'll be honest, I really like this one a lot. And I know you wanted to do something a bit different, so if you want to go with this one, there's pros and cons, right? It's high risk, high reward. This could end up doing really well because it's different, you know? People could be like, oh, I haven't seen anything like that yet. That's cool. And you're still showing off new characters. You're still showing off new decor. So we have a piece of new decor. We have a new character. And we have some lightning here. We have the blue flames. It's a very fun build. The downside here is, you know, the simple fact that there's just a ridiculously high number of absolutely gorgeous builds this week. And a lot of voters out there really prioritize beauty. Like, you know, beauty is like the number one thing they look for when they vote. Because every snap round is just a 1v1. So if it's 2 pictures, you know, they might really like both concepts, but a lot of the times they'll choose just like, well, these are both really good, but this one's so pretty. This one's so beautiful. Now, other voters, they might be like, ooh, this one's really different. I like different more than I like beautiful. But if you look at the top 3 each week, and if you look at a lot of the snaps in 4K, beauty is the most common thing you see. You know, you see it more than unique concepts. You do see unique concepts in 4K too, though. So don't be afraid to do them. Don't be afraid to take a leap. It's kind of like we were telling one of our friends earlier today. They had this really fun, unique battle scene in the underworld. There hasn't been a single snap like it that I've seen yet. It's really good. But it does come with risk. Because if it comes up against really beautiful snaps, if this player gets unlucky, they might have voters that prefer beauty. If they get lucky enough, they'll have voters that prefer concept. And that's the tricky thing. You never know what you're going to get. We know what performs best on average, and that would be beauty. That's why playing it safe, you know, just like when I was talking about it earlier, in the past 2 years, I had one snap fall short of 4K, and it was this one. It was a solid snap, you know. I didn't play the avatar close to the frame, but I played a villager. And I've done that a lot, and I've gotten 4K with all the others. And the build itself is very detailed. Lots of foreground elements. But it's a shadowy, dark underworld. And it's not a beautiful build. And since this was Illusion Valley, a lot of people that followed my advice and made big, beautiful portals, if I would have followed my own advice, I would have probably got 4K. Because everyone I saw that replicated what I did in my video got 4K. Pretty much all of them. But I made a smaller portal with less beauty and played up this deadly underworld. Very cool concept. But the only snap I've had in the past 2 years that didn't get 4K. And we see that, you know, if I'd have gotten luckier, if I'd have gotten voters that appreciated the concept here a bit more, then it could have got 4K. But you never know. You can't rely on that happening. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't take some risks. You know, I wouldn't take this back. I really enjoyed it. You know, I really enjoyed doing this. I had a lot of fun with it. But after that, I just went right back into doing beauty. because it's just safer and I get my moonstones. I'm sure there will be another challenge that makes me feel like, ooh, I really want to do something different and super special here, and I will. Oh, god dang it. But, you know, what am I doing? But, you know, what I'm getting at here is this is super fun, whereas this could potentially be safer. But it doesn't mean you shouldn't do this, you know. You're still delivering on what's popular. You might not have the same type of beauty or that same elevated beauty factor you get with fireflies, fireworks, auroras, shimmering gold items. You know, you're not going to have that with a build like this. But it's a super fun build. And if it ends up not getting 4K, then you don't have to beat yourself up over it. You kind of know what happened. You just know that you didn't get the voters that... You likely got voters that gravitated more towards high-end beauty over difference of concept, right? But it still delivers the theme well. You got mythical companions. I would add fill, and my biggest recommendation if you choose this one would be to find some kind of unique way to pose or to play into this role you've given yourself. Now, if you go with this one, my recommendation would be to add fill to this pocket over here. Bring your fireworks in a lot closer, because we want the fireworks up here to play up that beauty factor. They're buried behind your buildings right now, and they're not doing much for you back there, but if you bring them up here, we can get some beautiful sparkles in the skyline. And actually, instead of Phil here, I would actually put Hercules, like, really close. I'd put him, like, right here, and I put Hades, like, right here, and maybe have Pegasus as the one in the background. But yeah, I think these are both really good. And I think you did a good job showing, you know, that you could do something different while still embracing the current trend. So well done there. Proud to see it. All right. I think that was the last one. Yes. Yes, it was. Alrighty. And just keep in mind, yeah, I will be... Yeah, I think next week, I'm going to set it up, like I mentioned. The channel will likely be locked after 3. So, I'm trying to warn you guys now, because I don't want anybody to miss out on their reviews. So, if for some reason you don't get it uploaded by 3 on Mondays or Tuesdays, you can always let me know in chat, and maybe we can get you in. But, yeah, my issue here is I don't think I've ever told somebody no that has missed the deadline. So, I think I'm too soft. I'm too soft to say, no, I'm not going to review your snap. So, I think the healthiest thing for me to do would be to... Did you do Becca's? Let me see. Becca's re-review. I think the healthiest thing for me to do would be to just lock the channel. Becca. There it is. Yes. Yes, we did Becca's. Yep. We did get this one. I remember. My recommendation was to go... We talked a lot about how they can get a smaller Mickey cloud if they changed it back to sunny weather, and how the weather can change. We also talked about putting the same round mosaic here, and then I said I would either use this one or this one. Sorry, one of these ones on the bottom, because they showcase the puppy the best. But yeah, we got Becca. Samantha said, I think that makes the most sense. Right move. Yeah. I just, you know, when somebody uploads to the forum, I just don't want to be like, no, you don't get a review. So I think it would be healthier if I just, like, you know, I honor the deadline by locking it. And then if somebody was too busy, or they're like, hey, can we please get a review, it'll be easier for me to consider, you know, how tired I am, how long I've been here, how hungry I am, and what my timeline is looking like, and then I can maybe get in. You know, we'll see. But yeah, just keep that in mind for next week. Probably, yeah. Actually, we'll probably start, well, we don't have a deadline on Friday, so it doesn't matter. So we'll start that on Monday. But I want to give you guys fair warning. That way you guys aren't all caught off guard on Mondays and Tuesdays next week. My advice would just be, you know, over the weekend, even if you can't put 2 hours in your snap, you know, you can just like make something worthy of submitting and, you know, try to get it somewhat finished and upload it, and then we can talk about final features or adjustments and stuff like that. Anyway, I'm extra sleepy. So I am going to go have some dinner, and then I'm going to go to bed because I'm going to get up really early tomorrow. And I think it's going to thunderstorm, so I might not be able to bike ride. But I got to do some meal prep anyway. I'm going to make some white chicken chili in my slow cooker. I got a really good chicken chili recipe, and I've been craving it lately. So I ordered everything I needed. It came in today. I just didn't have the time or energy to prep everything today, so I'm going to do it tomorrow. Put it in the slow cooker before I start making content. Also, tomorrow I'll probably make a new TikTok and YouTube short, because we did get a look at a Pokopia update coming out in August. So there is a DLC coming, but dude, Nintendo Direct was actually really cool. There's some really cool stuff coming. An Ocarina of Time remake. That game was a huge part of my childhood, so I usually don't stream like story or adventure games, but I'm really thinking about streaming Ocarina of Time when the remake comes out. It looks so good. And yeah, we're definitely going to be covering the Pokopia content. I want to stream it again. We've just been so busy with Snap Reviews and the update. We've got a lot going on lately. Yeah, I love white chicken chili in a slow cooker because, you know, if you make it right, you can, like, make a huge batch and then, like, freeze half of it. And you got, like, you know, one big meal that'll last you a couple weeks, you know, or longer. All right, I gotta stop doing random stuff. Oh, if you haven't finished getting your stuff for the treasure hunt, guys, last day, it ends in 3 hours and 15 minutes. So definitely check that out. The guy said, what? Excited? Oh, dude, have you not seen it? Wait, are you excited for... Are you talking about for Pokopia or for Ocarina of Time? Because I know I'm tired. I know I have to go. But I'll show you. I'll pull up the trailer right now for whichever one you didn't know about. Because I'm kind of excited that you didn't know. Because I can share it. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, the Ocarina of Time update looks so... It looks so cool. And, you know, me being the age I am, I was in, I think, 6th grade, middle school, when Ocarina of Time came out. That game was such a big part of my development. It's one of my favorite games of all time. And the fact that they're making, like, a modern remake, dude, it looks cool. And it's coming this year. This year. Yeah, check this out.
Long ago, there was a land called Hyrule, created by beings of supreme divinity.
Hang on a second. What the heck?
At the very edge of this kingdom.
What the heck? Hang on. I don't know why I did that. I didn't want it full screen. Here. Yeah, it looks pretty cool.
Long ago, there was a land called Hyrule, created by
That's
beings
better.
of supreme divinity. At the very edge of this kingdom, there lay a small forest. Within it An ancient solitary tree quietly watched over the inhabitants of the forest. These forest dwellers were called the Kokiri. Each had a fairy companion, and they lived out their innocent lives in these woods. However, there was one particular boy who did not have a fairy.
Dude, look at how good that looks. It looks so good, and it's coming this year. I just hope they end up remaking Majora's Mask as well. I could die happy if they remake both of them. I mean, of course, Ocarina of Time would be the first choice. Yay, we hit the goal. Good job. Sorry. Of course, Ocarina of Time would be the first choice for a remake. You know, it's definitely the most famous Legend of Zelda game of all time, and, you know, definitely one of the best. I mean, I would say it's probably, yeah, I would say it's the best Zelda game. But Majora's Mask, to me, is equal with Ocarina of Time. It's the darkest game in the Zelda franchise, and it was such a masterfully crafted game. I would love to see a remake for that as well. I hope they do. You know, especially if Ocarina of Time remake does well, I could see them remaking Majora's Mask. But yeah, Ocarina of Time update looks, or, you know, the remake looks so good, dude. Like, seeing those kind of graphics on a game like Ocarina of Time. And also, it's probably going to have a lot of, you know, it's probably not just, I doubt it's going to be a strict recreation. It's going to follow the same story, but my guess is that combat will be a bit different. There will probably be additional features. It definitely looks like it's going to be grittier, and it's not going to be cartoony at all. You know, how closely it follows the old game, probably going to very, very closely follow it in terms of story and in terms of, like, that environmental feeling. But I can totally see them, you know, making some changes to the dungeons just so, you know, you still have to figure out new puzzles, figure out things a little differently, but yeah, I'm excited. Either way, really excited. All right. Well, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Refresh day. Good luck on your snaps, you guys. Good luck on your snaps. Tomorrow we will be getting our results for Forested Book Nook. I really like my submission for Forested Book Nook. You know, Merlin with the papers, and, like, you know, we got Mr. Clockman and Mrs. Green Dress and Mr. Purple Owl and Little Good Boy Footstool. So we got a lot of fun things in here. So excited to see how this does. Hopefully it does well. And this will be the first Dreamsnap results we've received with unlimited skips being part of the game. So how much of an impact will that play? Remains to be seen. All right, well, as always, stay safe, stay awesome, stay healthy. Thank you very, very much for 186 goals. I'm going to have some dinner, and I'm going to get some sleep. Amazing snaps this week, you guys. Keep up the great